お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Today, yeah. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. If you go in my way, well, I wanna drive it all night long.
Chunky Duncan has joined La Game Enjoyers. Welcome. Less than 3.
Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the continuation of today's rather long and lengthy stream. I didn't realize there was TTS. It's a new, yeah. Well, you wasted it, but that's up to you. I'm a bit self-conscious at the moment of my mouth, so I'm gonna try and talk down rather than talk up because I got half my crown, like temporary crown, is missing, so. It's not very entertaining, and it's horrible to look at in the mirror. But thank you for the resub, Chunky. Thank you for the 6-month subscriber out here. One of my OG VIPs. Bro, just get a Bane mask. Easy clap. I mean, I have a mask I can wear. Actually, hold on. Let me grab it. Hey, baby. Come to me. So the mask in question, my brother bought this mask a couple months, like when the peak of COVID. He ordered it online and everything, and it was like he wasn't allowed to wear it for at the school and whatnot because they were kind of scared of him in it. But like, it looks kind of cool, no? It's kind of terrifying because it's meant to be the It clown one, and it's quite funny. It's quite cool, actually. Like you can see on this angle that the filling has fallen. Not the filling, the temporary crown has fallen out. So I'm in the process of getting my crowns done. It will be probably done around on the 10th of May. So that's when the crown will be done, and then on the 12th of May is when I'm gonna organize to get a tattoo done. Bro, I have a chip on my front tooth. Yeah, I mean, that's how this all started. I initially had a chip on my tooth years ago. And then the filling kept falling out. And they said, you know what, just get crowns. So now I've got like this half-assed tooth. And for some reason, everyone decided it was because I was in a fight. I mean, that's kind of what people assumed of me as well yesterday when people asked, like, what did you do, bro, that you lost your tooth? Because it fell out while I was at a party. And it's like, did you fight? So I was like, nah. Well, technically, no. We just had an argument with a couple of people, but no fights were had. No one died. This just fell out because I cracked it while I was biting into something, and it was not great. So I'm trying to refrain from talking too much like that way. I'm gonna try and talk more like this rather than like this, because then you can see it very clearly. But we'll give Baby Yoda the scary mask. How does Baby Yoda look with the scary mask? Not Baby Yoda, scary Yoda. We love our Baby Yoda. Okay, so the game is destined to start at around. Oh, this is another mask. Where did this come from? Oh well. The match is set to start at around 8:30, but I think I'll just do some chatting with some of you peeps and just get a little heads up on how everyone's been doing. I know I did have a 4-hour stream prior to this. We did some of the Nam lore games. I wasn't able to catch the last few because we had to turn my internet off. Because storms are quite bad. Because it messes with it strikes the router very often. So we have to keep turning our internet off for that. But it's fine. So we made a plan. The storm passed, and luckily I'm still able to stream. But I actually did a weird biting while sitting, and it chipped my tooth. I've done the bit where I'm sitting like this, I'm doing this for some reason, and I bite into something, and I hit my head on my bone like that. I don't know why I would do that, but realistically, that's how I've damaged teeth in the past. I've gotten feelings for them because it wasn't like major damage; it was very minor. But we are gonna just sit in some vibes, some Lion King. Ever be done? Far too much to take in here. Yo, we back? Hell yeah, we're back, brother. I know I look kind of like a. I don't know. I hate it so much. But we back for Royalty versus Nibble, and then we got Shadow Garden facing off against BL Esports. So we are back and ready to go. But right now we're just gonna be vibing some music for a couple of minutes. Oh, so it was my birthday on Friday. Oh, you didn't tell me. I didn't see any posts or anything, my man. Oh, well, I would have gotten you you have my VIP and my mod, bro. I should have done like a birthday thing for you. But happy birthday. Yeah, but happy birthday, my man. Yeah, I haven't been in the Disky in a little bit, Lamau. Yeah, I know, but and that's fine. I'm glad you told me. We gotta do something for your birthday. We'll get you like the skin in league or something. Because I think Matthew's birthday was actually also it was on the 5th. So it was the same. Your birthday is the same day as Floppy Pancake's birthday. So maybe just like chat with him because you guys have got the exact same birthday. And I'm grinding. Oh, circle of life. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta enjoy liking that a little bit more. It must have been high when I was a child, because I don't remember Elton John having this drop. Elton John coming out hard with the hard style, bro. This shit goes so hard. The Tweakers have made like some of the wildest remixes of these songs. Queens of Kings. They also did another remix, which I'm gonna play for you. Okay, let me play the next one. More like Skrillex John now. Skrillex John. More like Sunny John, bro. Like, here's the next one. What? This isn't it. This is it. A humble bard. Raised to ride alone. With Geralt of Rivia. Okay, Miss Song. Region that will fall. A silver-tongued devil. His army of elves at his hoops did they rebel. Oh, they came after me, masterful deceit. Wrote down my loot and they kicked in my teeth. While the devil's horn, it's my tender meat. You go cry the witcher, he can't be bleed. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. A coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty. A witcher. Next, the medal of Make a Man Out of You, and we're set. Yep, you read my mind, my man. You're plenty, oh valley, you're plenty, oh. The going to your winter, oh valley, you're plenty. The Witcher. This remix has no right to go as hard as it does. I mean, it's fire, bro. It came out on one of my. It was not my release radar. It was my Discover Weekly. It came out, and this I was like, this goes way too hard. And then I figured out it's by the Tweakers and Coon. Like this song goes hard, and they're just the kings of hardstyle. I swear that and Sub-Zero Project. They're pretty dope too. But like you look through my music taste, like it's so different. Like I've got metal, I've got rock, I've got EDM, I've got like OSTs, I've got some game music as well. Got gun in his chest and a friend of humanity. No, give him a rest. That's my epic tale. Champion prevails. No, need a villain and war him some hell. Oh gosh, I was so off key. The coin to your witcher, oh valley, oh plenty, oh valley, oh plenty, oh. That's the coin to your witcher, oh valley, oh plenty. Nightcore better be there too. Of course there's Nightcore here, bro. I've got some of the OG Nightcore. Like, Spotify doesn't have access to as much of Nightcore, but there is always still Nightcore nonetheless. And I'm talking loud because, I mean, I know the music's loud, but like... I'll play Nightcore. I've got some lined up. I got some songs lined up, bro. So let's move that up there. Move that there. And then move that there. We got some classics. Trust me, bros. There are classics incoming. Oh, belly, oh, plenty. Oh, belly, oh, plenty. Oh. By the way, so me, my GF, Brett, and his GF have started doing Dungeons & Dragons with me as DM. It's a good time. Oh, that sounds so much fun. I'm like, well, that's great. Like, we have our little D&D group, but we haven't really touched much of it. The 4 monsters from earlier kicking in now. Yep. And there's not only 4, it's only 2. I only finished 2. The Pipeline Punch and the Doctor. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, crap. Like, my league hasn't been opening too much, but I'll hop on now. All right, cool. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Why is my League of Legends just not opening today? I swear it's out to get me. League of Legends is out to get me. Can League of Legends just open, please? Okay, so... Zilla alongside Skrillex and Boodle. Oh, we. I walk. This is a throwback, everybody. The light of fun. Skrillex is the fire, make it bomb then. Okay, I don't know why League of Legends has decided to just not work. Bro, I've temporarily given up on LoL. I don't even blame you, bro. I don't even blame you. I do not blame you for giving up on LoL. Like, there's so much happening in League right now, and it kind of just makes everything feel like garbage. But can my client open? Hello? Why is it not opening? Ah! Open! Nothing is open. Oh, there we go. We got something. And then the most in the dark. I had some shitty rank game, queue into flex. I play into master tier player. Master's 168 LP. Okay, that is so unfortunate, man. That is super unfortunate, man. I do. That's just, it sounds horrific. It's like going into like unique or something. It's just wild. All right, let's get the royalty peeps in. Apparently the game is starting earlier. Do you want to join the lobby? I will be joining now, Hard Rock. Don't even stress. I got confirmation from Robot, and I'm getting all in and everything, which makes my life a little easier starting a bit early because I got some matches at 10 o'clock. So yeah, we're still one, but I've given up on gold now. Fair. It's relatable. It's relatable. So she said Robot said she'd be AFK for a little bit, and then we'll drop the invites. Last game of weeks with 2 tilting. I mean, I've started trying to pick up ADC again because I want to play Felios, and it just has not been going my way, man. It doesn't go. You can't play ADC without a support pre-made. Like, straight up, it feels impossible. Okie dokie, but we're just getting confirmation on the invites to the lobby and everything. All right, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting games soon. Guys, play a written module or homebrew? Hey, it's Hard Rock who's made his return. Nice to see you, Hard Rock. And I saw you in chat now, but you playing again? Sheesh. Red Raven, Dusky, Pentademon, Kami, and Hard Rock. Whew. We're gonna be in for a spicy game, everybody. Not gonna lie. But let me just clear out the queue a little bit. You start a pack of Dragon Stormwreck. Remove from queue. Okay. Garf. Dude, I took a 2-hour nap during load shedding, woke up in another dimension. Dude, that's always low-key the best feeling, though. So, like, you have a nap, like, you just say, I'm just gonna, like, lie down and rest for a bit. You have, like, this long-ass nap. You wake up in darkness, and you're just like, bro, what just happened? Like, it just feels mental. Like, it's a crazy feeling. I can understand exactly where you're coming from with it. Because I've always been there. The other 3 never played, so it's better than sending a PDF of the player handbook, Lamau. Yeah, I mean, at least you're able to keep, like, a basic storyline, and if they're learning the game, it's fun. I wish my friend group and I would go more into the Dungeons and Dragons again, because I really do miss it. Like, I still have my, so my character sheet still sits here, on this, like, next to my desk. I've got my story. Everything all sits here for when the next thing is happening. So I really hope we can, like, my boys, the mods in here, we try and get some D&D going. Once again, it starts to get natural. Yeah, it's like every Saturday, every Sunday kind of angle. So it does make the sense. It does make the sense. And I feel like if you want to keep close with those friends of yours, whether they're far or wide, it's so much easier. Hey, it's Raven! Red Raven 789. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to finally have you here. It's been a while. Half my group is from Europe, made the long life friends because of D&D. And that's always the best to hear. That's always the best. It's Daddy Raven, Daddy Red, back in the chat. Wish you all the best of luck for these matches today, Raven. And everyone and all the royalty peeps. Yeah, I've already started getting more into freeform after the first quest. I'm very glad to hear it, because I know there's also the Dungeons and Dragons movie that's coming out soon, and then that looks really good, and it looks like it's actually going to be, like, very well based on the actual game. But I just hope that's going to be worthwhile, really. But I'm glad I was able to put this separate stream into 2 separates, like the one main stream to 2 separate streams, because it's unfortunate that it happened because of the storm. But I think it just would have been, it's just healthier, because I definitely was feeling like I was running low on steam. and definitely just needed a bit of a recharge. Had some dinner, had something to drink. All right, we got Bubbles OG. Do you see what's he sent like the Pinkerton agents after someone? I can't say I know for sure, actually. Noise. I love giving my players pure freedom and seeing where the chaos takes them. Well, that's always the smart move. I know, like, as a DM, you kind of just hope and pray that they do something stupid. Alright. Magic Gathering, the kid who leaked some early new cards. Yeah, they sent me like new cards, but they sent some kid new cards but accidentally leaked them, so they sent like hitmen after him. So just, yeah, I mean, fair enough. Okay, so it does seem like we are going to hop into Champ Select here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, boys and girls, we've got the game incoming. Let's get the World Championship music going. All right. So now that is going to be the Karthus taken away from Garth as well as Vanzor, and then the Victor being taken away in the mid lane from Dushki. But then Ophelio is taken away from Red Raven. Definitely love to see it. And then there's the Gragas and Varus band, so Varus is not going into the hands of Vanzor. And then Gragas jungle, quite broken. Gragas top lane also quite broken, that immediately gets banned away. The Malphite top lane, super overpowered pick there. And does not look like there's going to be any hard rock solid action up there. As Pentadema does lock in the Maokai. Likely going to be going into the jungle, but very much flexible into the support and into the top lane role. So what is it going to be the answer? So Jinx and Xayah both left unbanned. And it does look like we are going to see the Xayah in the bot lane for Vanzor. Would not be surprised if it's going to be paired up with the likes of Emilio or even a Rakan, with it being left open. And it is something Darkseid is capable of playing. So let's see what Royalty have in store for us. Game time, Poggy Woggy. That needs to be an emote, bro. But that's going to be the Viego. Okay, Garth. Okay, we see you. Garth out here with the hyper carry jungler Viego. Been picked quite a bit in the most recent MSI matches. Very heavily prioritized as is very flexible into opposing team comps. Can use their own champions against them, very much like a Silas. As we're curious to see what will be the answer to that Viego. Is going to be the Cogmore for Red Raven. And what are they going to pair that Cogmore with in the bot side? Looks like it's going to be Cogmore Lulu. Norless mid incoming. Wouldn't be surprised as we see the Blitzcrank will be paired with the Xayah. This is a very solid pick into the Lulu. Can deny it, can do the shield break, can deny any form of engage, can't catch this Cogmore off guard. As now the Xerath is going to be taken away in that bot in the mid lane as well as in the support role. If it was okay, not support role, never mind. As well as possibly a carry. I like the Cod Lulu Pog. Not sure if I like the Cog Lulu. I mean, Cog Lulu it's an age-old meta pick and it's quite strong. Protect the Poppy Cop incoming. Uzi, is that you? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to go for like this heavy, like keep the Cogmore alive at all costs angle. Because I do also see that that Kiddo is not going to be playing this time around unless he is on the Con Me account. I don't know if it's him or not. But then that is going to be the set in the top lane taken away from Pentademon. most likely. Kind of rounding out these bans, at least one in every role where at least 2 targeted into the mid lane. So what is the final ban going to be? The only picks available on mid and top lane, so we'll be targeted towards Wabajaki as well as the mid lane. What is it gonna be from Nibble? It looks like it was gonna be the Malzahar. Don't want any more of that extra lockdown. That point and click CC. But then that is going to be the Ornn given over to Wabajaki. Very good scaling top laner there. Good front line. And the ornaments will become quite useful to help with the scaling, giving Xayah Viego that extra oomph of damage later on. Kind of to contest the Lulu Cogmore. Hey, it's Floppy! First Miss Blitz E, and this Cog Lulu is blitzing the Xayah's HP. You still need to complete the last prediction. Oh yeah, flip. Okay, so I need to complete the last prediction. I can't remember exactly what happened, so I'm gonna refund the points. But there we go. Okay, those predictions have been done, but that is not gonna be the Silas pickup in the mid lane. So we've got 2 of the 200-year champions locked in. And it does look so. Silas steals the ultimates, not the abilities. Viego steals the abilities, not the ultimates. Who would have thought that kind of design would get through? As that is now Darius in the top side, Pentademon securing that Maokai in the jungle, Silas mid lane, and then the Lulu Cogmore bot side. With the Cho'Gath now being hovered, could we possibly be seeing that Cho'Gath mid? With it's being a lot more prevalent with the Rod of Ages as well as the Everfrost Rush. But no, it is not what we're going to be seeing, as that is the Rumble hover, but then the Galio gets picked up. Galio, very good counter into a lot of this magic damage that Nibble have put together. Cogmore, Lulu, Silas, and Maokai will be hurting quite a bit with their magic damage. Darius being the main physical damage dealer, Cogmore doing some physical damage, but the majority of his pure damage is on hit. So the Ornn definitely going to be becoming useful with those tank items later on. Viego, carry in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, Xayah and Blitzcrank in the bot side. But now it is prediction time, ladies and gentlemen. One of the biggest games we've had so far on this channel. So are Royalty going to redeem themselves and take down 5 Lonely Men? Or are 5 Lonely Men going to continue their reign of terror and make that run to finals once more? Be sure to get your points in. Spend them all. I'm going to be right back. I just need to go and get some food, or more food, and prepare one of my drinks. But I will see you all in 2 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Okay, I've just realized that this is the wrong overlay entirely. Let's just change that real quickly. Is that the right one? There you go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, dear Lord. I'm so sorry. What just happened? So, aligned vertic. No, not vertic, like, feck. Ah, there we go. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Sorry. Won't happen again. Hopefully. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting into game right now. This is going to be game 1 between Nibble Esports and Royalty Esports. This is a rivalry which we have seen quite often, and it is a rivalry which you don't want to miss out on. We've got our Spooks in the mid lane with this super sick Galio pick out here. And it does seem like Dashki going for the Aftershock Maokai rather than the Phase Rush. We got Conqueror Silas in the mid lane, as well as Ntiltosaurus on the Lulu with the Guardian. But Royalty wants to look for a topside invade, while the rest of Nibble are actually sitting comfortably in their bot side. And just pre-anticipating an invade here. And it does look like they are going to get caught out going for that top invade with the ward. Things came out for the top invade, so everyone's going to look for that quick reset. While Royalty look like they're going to just get some late vision on that blue buff and rotate into the top side.
Minions have spawned.
Now, Wabajaki is always reprising this Ornn of his. His Ornn is quite wild, quite mental. But I hope the votes went down well. But we do see, and the Zeal item's giving more damage now. Oh, we're talking about all the changes and whatnot. Like, yeah, and also, one thing I'm also going to see is the new Katarina with Static Shift. It's going to be kind of wild. I just realized that the things are in the wrong place. Okay, just everyone look away for like 3 seconds. This is not happening. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion, and the illusion's done. You can see now. Carmen going for those early trades with El Spooks, but Galio coming out on top with that extra passive proc. But Darkseid wants to try and make sure he has as much pressure as possible on the Kog'Maw and the Lulu, who will suffer a little bit more in that early game. Wabajaki looking to cause some trouble on this Darius. Really putting in the effort onto keeping Wabajaki off the minions. While Darkseid and Volt and Vanzor really want to push this level 2. They want to get the grab, knock up and go for a quick early cheese kill. As minions go up, Darkseid does hit level 2, but so does the Lulu. But Kog'Maw still level 1. And the Darkseid wants to look to apply some pressure. But now with that change over, it will be evening out. As Wabajaki going to be very comfortably holding that top lane. Massive pull back there, and then Kami actually losing a lot of these trades over to El Spooks. And it's ridiculous to think that Silas is losing trades to Galio. I mean, the Aftershock does help him quite a bit, as well as that magic shield. But Silas usually with the E, the 2 ability angle where he gets the Petricide burst, he does 1 instance of damage with that. So hopefully he gets something good. Now Kami did opt. We see Garth is going to be looking to make a play in the mid lane. Silas, we got the engage coming out from all Spooks into the ignite there, and the immediate flash from Kami. And Kami will have no flash up as ignite is burned by the Galio. And that is a pretty good trade for El Spooks. Now Lulu's also opted more for the Relic Shield. You see a flash from the Galio into the knockup, into the flash W from Garth, who will get first blood onto Kami, and Galio will live by the skin of his teeth. The Silas vs Galio matchup is even better because it's lore accurate. Oh yeah, true, actually. As Blitzcrank gets the grab onto Tiltosaurus, taking a lot of damage. But there's a tower shot taken by Vanzor, as Ghost is burned by Vanzor and by Red Raven. Looks like they are going to go and try and continue this fight there, but Vanzor and Darkseid will make it out. While Wabajaki winning these trades with the Darius. As both ADCs now have no Ghost, while Vanzor had to burn the flash. And now Dashki wants to look to make a play here in the jungle. The Vanzor and Darkseid playing very carefully. Do not want to get not getting caught out accidentally. Alright. And now the level 3 coming up both sides. Red Raven has no pots left. Zaya had went for the pots biscuits, so will have a little bit more sustain than Raven. Oof, but the pullbacks unfortunately not connecting there. We do see Dashki is looking for another play in the bot side. Wants to keep roaming here, but Dashki getting spotted on that ward down there. As Ornn going to winning these trades with the Darius. Smacking him up. Darius does not heal as much as he would like to due to the Warden's Mill being picked up by the Ornn there. But now Darkseid taking a lot of damage from Red Raven. Has brought the lethal tempo. As now Dashki wants to assist in the mid lane. But Dashki can't seem to catch a break. I'm just reading that AP Twitch is dead. Yeah, AP Twitch will no longer survive. AP Twitch just needs to die. It's really annoying. It's fun, but it's really annoying. But now, seems like Garth wants to go for a gang. Yeah, Pentademon's getting back stopped by Wabajak. Does not have any mana. As now Garth wants to look for a play up here. Does have the double gap. There is the flash there from Pentademon. And Garth will just help this Orange shove the wave. And look for that early reset. But no flash. Darius Tiltosaurus is holding the wave for Red Raven. But flash grab from the Blitzcrank, forcing out Tiltosaurus to burn the flash. Flash for flash trade there, but Darkseid will benefit from this as he has the Hex flash. And this does mean this is going to be a reset angle for Royalty. They've got enough gold, they got the pressure, and Vanzor has the CS lead. With First Blood also already going over to Royalty and handed over to the Viego, who is that hyper carry that is needed. But now Garth wants to make a play mid once again. Isn't a control water bush, but is going to spot out the Maokai. Galio does have the hero's entrance, and Garth is going to go ham for this fight onto Dashki, and will pick up that scuttle. Really just showing how oppressive this Viego pick can be. Galio wants to go in for these quick trades. Will not be able to do much damage as Ignite is now burned onto Silas. Blitzcrank is there to help clear and push the wave, giving the Galio another good reset. While the Ornn very comfortably just chilling, not like a villain in this top lane. Our Darkseid is going to be helping clear out some vision for Garth, as he is going to be picking up the dragon now. Makai really cannot contest at this point in the game. Doesn't have much vision. Lulu, Kog'Maw, and the Makai are all planning to get around it. But it does appear Dashki is going to be likely gifting over this red buff to Raven. Oh, never mind. Raven will not be getting the red buff this early on. So that is going to be the dragon going over to Royalty as Pentademon going in for a trade with the Ornn, doing quite a lot of damage. But with the burn happening, Pentademon will tank 2 tower shots, kind of evening things out. But now Tiltor and Red Raven, they are going to look to push for the gank here. Dashki is making his way bot side. Darkseid and Vanzor need to get out of there. There is Ghost available for Vanzor. Is he going to have to use it? The Featherstorm is burnt, but that will be immediate W from the Maokai. Instant knockback. Darkseid takes so much damage from the Kog'Maw. The pullback from Vanzor takes down Red Raven, and there's an excellent kiting coming out from him. The hero's entrance does come in to save the day. They do lock down the Maokai, and they are going to try and hand that kill over to the Viego, as that is now a flash from Dashki. And the shield there's Viego will go with a flash ultimate. Will pick up his second kill. And Royalty are looking fierce in this early game. Oh my goodness. It's absolutely absurd. And Garth with this Viego he is really stepping up his game here. As we do see the possible fight from Kami and Tiltosaurus. But will be nothing of the sort. As Galio has built a very healthy CS lead over Kami. 72 to 48 with the jungle and everywhere else very much the same. crack open a cold one, and by a cold one I mean the third monster of the day. It is the Mariposa flavor, for anyone who's curious and still looking for that monster sponsorship. But we do see Red Raven and Tiltosaurus are going to try and keep this wave pushed, knowing that Vanzor and Darkside went for a bit of a roam, trying to even out that CS just a little bit more. While Galio trying to deny as many of the minions from Silas as possible, using the W or the shield of Durant just to make sure he doesn't go for any of the minions. Now Dutch clearing out some control wards. Is a level behind this Viego right now. It is 73 CS 61 in favor of Goth. Blitzcrank is going to try and look to go and clear that ward, but Red Raven says no thank you. And Pentademon asserting a little bit more of his dominance since the picking up of the Sheen. But the pullback doing quite a bit of damage over to Red Raven. Shield not going to be placed in time. And still a lot of damage going over there. As now we see Wabajaki does knock up the Darius under his own tower. But now Red Raven is quite low. Vanzor will kite back. Will pick up one. Will pick up two. Has the feathers. Does not have the feather storm available. But that is a double kill in the bot side for Vanzor. There's now 3 for 2. Ornn getting the solo bolo on the Darius top side. This Ornn is looking rather unstoppable now with Goth. Looking to come into the mid lane. That is going to be baited out. But now this far, Viego is the immediate flash coming out from Khan. Spooks going in for the W onto Galio. Viego doing so much damage with the ultimate. And it does look like Goth will pick up the kill there. It's on a killing spree. And Spooks very graciously granting him that kill. Now looking at items, already 2 full mythics acquired by Royalty, with the Divine Thunderer for the Viego and the Kraken Slayer for the Xayah. Now it does look like Blitzcrank wants to possibly go for a play mid lane, but he will be spotted on a ward just outside river, and will help clear that graciously for Galio. But Viego is going to look for a play on Tiltosaurus, does miss the QW, and Red Raven going to try and go for some trades here, but now Darkside is running in, and the W is going to connect onto Tiltosaurus. Tiltosaurus has flash available, does not have Wild Growth, will burn the flash, and Vanzor will pick up another one in that bot lane. There's now Darius taking some more trades with the Ornn, but still, this Ornn is just too tanky, doing so much extra damage, and that Warden's Mail is helping him so much with the extra burst. Darius does burn the Ghost here, has got the 5 stacks of the Blood Trail, and looks like he wants to go for the kill there, but that's going to be a flash from Wabajaki and into the ultimate. Wabajaki has nowhere to go. Looks like he is going to die to that, but Pentademon not able to do enough. But then Wabajaki gets solo killed by Pentademon. 1 for 1 in this top side. It seems like top lane is so versatile. And then Ornn has no TP, so he will lose this wave, and it will give Darius a bit more comfort. Well, Dashki looking to try and push out bot side. Wants to try and go for a kill onto Vanzor, dark side. With Viego and Galio in very close proximity. Does go for the flash W into the Blitzcrank grab onto Red Raven. Has nowhere to go. The Hero's entrance coming in, knocking up Dashki. Galio gained in the double taunt. They pick up Spooks picks up Dashki. Goes for the root, immediately ults out, and will survive. Well executed engage coming out from Royalty, as they get a 2 for 0, taking down Kog'Maw and taking down Maokai. Royalty have really stepped up their game here and are showing that they mean business. With the full Leandries now also being picked up by the Galio, with now Darius the only member of Nibble to have that mythic item. It just shows how tanky Ornn is, even with a built-in Last Whisper. Darius struggling to whittle down his HP. Yeah, and I think and then you just build the stacking armor on top of it, and it's crazy how tanky an Ornn can be. So there is going to be a fight engaged here as Wabajaki lands onto Khan. The Ornn ultimate is stolen there, but then the Ornn Horn is summoned by Wabajaki. Will land the knock up onto Silas. Silas has no flash, and it looks like it's going to be bursted down. Silas has nowhere to go, and Spook picks up another. As now Dashki is struggling to keep up here. And now, with this dragon spawning, I'm going to go for the full rotate. It's going to be 4 versus 3. With the Silas dead, they will have that extra mid-prior. The W does land from the Viego. The knockup from the Blitzcrank into the Silent, into the grab onto Dashki. Rooted Tiltosaurus, but the extra range from Lethal Temper helping Vanzor take him down. Spooks has jumped onto Red Raven. Red Raven kiting it up, but Spooks having to burn the flash. Will not be able to pick anything up. Blitzcrank does not have the rocket grab available just yet. Will go for the rocket grab onto Dusky. Will not connect. Does go for the dive and use the Feather Storm to deny the tower shots. Absolutely astounding gameplay coming out from Vanzor here as they build this lead to 13-3. 5,000 gold lead. To be fair, Owen was powerful enough to build the ARAM bridge on his own. Fighting a guy with an axe should be a cakewalk. I mean, you are correct. You are correct. But then at the same time, remember the days when Aurelian Soul could be beaten by some little rat with a poison dart. I mean, so can Darius, realistically, and Dawn. But now, Wabajok has got quite a bit of armor up his sleeve. He's sitting at 206 armor without even a full item at this point in the game. So he is going to be quite a chunky boy. And the Divine Thunder pickup from the Darius will make it a little easier for him to try and whittle down Wabajaki. But we all know how tanky Orns can get, especially once that mythic item comes out. Bonk. The bonk from Wabajaki will trade out Panzer Demon and will not let him trade back. Oof, as Goth is looking very strong here on the Viego. Darkside is making his roam into the mid lane on this Blitzcrank. Does look like he wants to go for something. Does have the Swifties. Does have the anti-slow. Will not land the grab onto the Cogmore as now Kanmi is having to fight against Goth. Goth with the full Divine cannot be countered by that Silas with no items. As Panzer Demon taken quite low. And Red Raven desperately trying to just pick up some farm. Sitting at 2 for 3. Is still fairly stable on this Cogmore. But Blitzcrank with a shield break very easily can counter this champion entirely. Spooks also going for the Leandrid over the Protobelt. But now trying to hold the wave. So much damage coming out of Tiltosaurus. Giving up a large number of his health bar just to give that wave over to Red Raven. And it looks like Vanzor and Darkside are going to pick up this tower. Viego gets his red buff stolen from him. As Dashki runs away. Silas will have to flash out of that rocket grab. As now Goth gonna try and look for Dashki. Cogmore purchases the Blade of the Ruined King. Gets just before the actual Ruined King. So Dashki will be spotted out here. Doing the Skull Crab. Looks like Viego does want to go for it. Will pick up that Skull Crab very easily. Will not even need to worry about using the Smite. And that is going to be a very easy setup for a possible Rift Herald. With now Proteon being picked up by Wabajaki. That make him quite a chunky, tanky boy. While Spooks and Darkside just chill mid. And Maokai once again wants to try and see if he can attempt that Rift Herald. And it does look like he is going to be going for the Rift Herald. There is a control ward on it. Viego is not entirely aware. There is no vision, but they do realize with that control ward that it's happening. They might just hand it over. As Wabajaki still not taking a lot of damage from this Darius. Oh, such a broken champion. Dashki's running top side. Blitzcrank is spotted, but will be easily getting that reset. And now, looks like this Viego is going to be rolling into the Black Cleaver, while Dashki does go for a dive onto Ornn here. But the Ornn is summoned. Will land a knock up onto Maokai. Maokai has been tanking 3 tower shots. Pentademon now tanking tank 3 tower shots as well. Massive misplay coming out from Nibble. As they tried their best to push for that tower. But the Ornn saving Wabajaki once again. And Maokai has acquired that Radiant Virtue. The Rod of Ages being picked up by Silas. And then the full... and then the full Navori Quick Blades and even Shroud picked up by Blitzcrank and the Zaya. Galio sitting away with the taunt. Will land the taunt onto Maokai. Maokai quite tanky, but Blitzcrank gets the rocket grab into the stun, into the knock-up, into the ultimate from the Viego. And that is a dead Maokai. Is Cogmore desperately trying to trade through that. But not going to be enough. Cogmore had to burn the Ghost. As Royalty look like they're absolutely dominating this game here with their pick potential. Now, these are the previous champions of Season 4, the Nibble Esports, or the 5 Lonely Men. And Royalty have been looking really good this season in the 2 matches that I've covered over them. So, would not be surprised if they challenge the throne now, as Raven sidesteps the Q from Blitzy Boy. And that is an unfortunate trail there, as Zaya wants to look for a fight onto Red Raven. Yeah, Viego is there. We'll go for the flash LB with Ulti. Galio uses the hero's entrance. Red Raven does get... Oh, Silas uses the hero's entrance, tries to fight them, but it's got no flash, and that is a double kill for the Viego. It is 7-0-3 for him, as he is absolutely dominating this jungle and making sure this Maokai has no place in the jungle. Wabjaki was going to use the bonkage and is going to take down that tower. While Darkseid gonna go and scout out for some vision. We'll catch our Pentademon. As now Dashki wants to pick up some minions. Viego has got a level lead on him, so these extra minions can be quite helpful for this hungry little Maokai. Goth will be picking up that third dragon for Royalty. And then the Rift Herald is going to be summoned mid lane, but Wabajaki gonna try and delay as much as he can, but it will get one charge off, but it won't get much more. But that means Nibble are going to go and attempt this Baron. They are made aware that they are on. Vanzor is walking in. Viego and Ornn are coming through the mid lane, but it gets baited and they all get spotted. The Horn is available, could look for an engage, but they could possibly attempt to go for that Baron once more. But Viego and Azai will look to push down mid as Nibble retry this Baron. But Galio and Blitzcrank are on their way. They are going to figure out what Nibble are doing. Vanzor is mid lane with the Viego, and does not look like they're going to kill there. They will pick up one tower. They're just trying to lay them as much as possible. Darkseid having to burn the flash. Ornn is landed. Massive knock up into the Viego ultimate. Khan goes golden. Vanzor is dropped the ghost. Is cutting out. Drop the feather storm. Will take out another. Ornn picks up Dashki. Viego taking down the sides. Darius gets a quick trade onto the Blitzcrank. Red Raven will take down one, but Vanzor will lock down that Cogmore and deny the Baron from 5 Lonely Men. Very desperate call coming out from Nibble, as they knew they were going to be falling behind. They needed to try and find a way back into this game, but Royalty instrumentally denied all of that, taking a mid lane tower, turning back on the Baron and securing it for themselves. Now Vanzor 8-2-4 on this Zaya, looking to build that Bloodthirster in a second. 2-0-10 for El Spooks. Gone 8-0-5. A spare really with the 2.5 full items, and Ornn as well, which picked up the upgraded Jack Show and upgraded the Divine Sunderer into the Dayside. I think it's the Dayside. I think that's what it's called. It's not spelled D-side, it's spelled Dayside. And Nibble are going to have to find their way back in. They have got the scaling of the Cogmore and the Lulu, so they do have their way in. But at the same time, it's very difficult to try and pick off anyone here with the Galio ultimate always available. Galio always able to, if someone is caught on Galio, can't make the return fire, as Khan is going to be by himself. That is going to be Knight coming out from El Spooks, picking up the extra movement speed into the taunt, into the Galio knock-up. And that is El Spooks on a killing spree now with this Galio. Looking very deadly. Silas, unfortunately, not having as much of an impact as he would have liked this game. So there are multiple pings to go onto Darkseid, who is a bit out of position. Darius is there. Darkseid gets the knock-up. Darkseid desperately trying to run for his life. They run back into the Zaya. Will land the stun, but the ultimate coming out from the Darius into the Nature's Grasp. Feather Storm dropped into the Hero's Justice. Will take down Darius, prevent the reset. Galio, Maokai will try and take down the Zaya. Zaya will get traded now, and it's now El Spooks versus Dashki. And looks like it is going to be a double kill for Dashki. Maokai desperately trying to get out alive. Viego is going to look to try and push that tower, but now he's going to try and pick up the kill onto Dashki. Has got flash. Doesn't know where he can go. Could possibly flash the wall. Viego into the ultimate. The Ornn is summoned by the Silas, but will get dodged by the Maokai steal. And Viego will ult away. I feel like I just cost like 6 different champions on one person, as Goth looking unstoppable. Khan, little out of position. Unsure what that was all about there. Walks directly into vision of the Viego, who will just pick up one more under that tower. Will take that Silas, pick up that extra HP, putting him at 10-0 on this Viego. Now Wabajaki trying to help himself to a free blue buff, knowing that Dashki is not going to be anywhere near it. Garth will be helping himself to their enemy red as well. So this Maokai not going to be getting much of a jungle so far. So Darkside clearing out some more vision. Has picked up the tier, and now Viego will catch out Dashki. But the knockback will prevent any further trades. Vanzor sits on 3 items on this Zaya. That is a full 10 stack Dark Seal for the Galio. And Royalty are closing in on Nibble's Nexus. And especially at this point in the game, Nibble needs to try and make sure they can buy enough time for their Cogmore. But with the soul coming up in 15 seconds, they're going to have to steal this. They're going to have to go for this fight. They need to try and deny the soul pickup and try and further increase the duration of this game to let the Cogmore scale. But now it looks like Dashki and Kadmi want to try and go for Wabajaki here. As he is in the middle of crafting his Bramble Vest into a Thornmail. Is now fighting the Maokai. The Jackshow is going to cast. It's going to land knock him onto Silas. Zaya does pick up the Dragon. That does mean the Chemtech Soul has been picked up. That's going to be very easy for Wabajaki just to 1v2 this on the Ornn. He is taking absolutely no damage. As Maokai desperately trying to CC this Ornn. But it is not happening. Wabajaki going to be drawing as much of the Nibble attention as possible. While the rest of Royalty are looking on the rotation. Akami has no flash, has got ultimate available, but Elspooks will be there to land W. Ulti is stolen. Wabajaki will not let that happen. Pentademon getting solo killed by the Zaya. Darkside going in, landing the root into the taunts coming out from the Galio. Viego will pick up the Maokai. Cogmore desperately trying to kite this out. Zaya going for the tower dives and has the Feather Storm to dodge the towers. As in the hero's justice coming in from the Galio, protecting this Zaya, and Royalty 5 for 0 and ace out Nibble and look to close the game. As he said, it's going to be a TP onto the minion. They are going to try and keep that minion alive as long as possible. Kami does use the Stolen Ornn ultimate. Ornn will strike back with the Call of the Forge God into the flash from the Galio. They want to take this tower down quickly. Elspook's taking so much damage, but then Darkside gets for the grab in the Silas. The Viego has become the Silas. Darius does get pulled, and Garth will ulti out immediately. Wabajaki taking so little damage. Vanzor kiting, flashing out, proccing full lethal tempo as Cogmore will lock down one. And will allow Nibble to survive one more day. As my mod is now calling me a nerd, a big nerd. For some apparent, a huge nerd. Okay, he is just calling me a nerd in all various different languages. This is my mods, people. These mods want me to pay them. But Royalty have no fear at this point in the game. They've got a very comfortable gold lead, pushing 12,000. Well, pushing, what is it? So that's 16,000 damage. 16,000 gold. I was only spamming because League doesn't say you're spectating. Oh, okay, that's a problem then. But we see red, they are going to be going for that desperate Baron call once again, but the Blitzcrank does grab the Darius over the wall. Darius taking so much damage, does get the Amber head on the one, does get the heal, but Viego drops the ultimate. He is now the Darius. He's running after the Ornn. Horn is summoned and will not connect as Maokai desperate trying to finish off this Baron. But the Viego has come in there to save the day. Will go for the circle, and it will be picked up by blue side. But they only have 4 members left. The Wild Growth has been dropped. Viego doing so much damage to Dashki, who is running for his life. Let's try and go to the grab. It does not connect. Royalty are going to try and look to push down mid. They do have the Super Minions. Flash W coming out from Garth and will take down that Cogmore. And that is 14-0 for Garth Ruan Muller. as they close in on Nibble's Nexus. Going for that last team fight. Dusty desperately trying to save it. Khan doing so much damage, but it's not going to be enough. Viego and Orn are taking no damage into the Rocket Grab Heroes entrance. And it looks like Royalty are absolutely dominated game 1 and lead the series 1-0. So 37-9 in favor of Royalty, absolutely demolishing in this game, and definitely a sight to see. Like, teams should be keeping an eye on what Royalty have got in store. These Garth picking up the Viego for the first time competitively and seeing how powerful and how influential it can be around the map does mean it is something to be feared. But we are going to try and hit into game 2. The game lobby is unfortunately full, so I'm just going to... Okay, I'm getting spammed. Okay, so I just need to make sure I get the lobby, so it's full. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got in. We got in, robot. Thank you. Okay, let me just... Oh, is my graphics card dying? I think my graphics card died, ladies and gentlemen. As we lost one of the browser sources. I now need to go into my spectator side, as Darkside very graciously let me sit there and chill. Okay, so now I need to make sure I get the events back. I don't know why they disappear. There we go, into that and into that, and then I paste it again, and waboom, and we are back. There we go, it should be there. Awesome, we are back. But did I do a prediction? Did I forget to do a prediction first game? I think I did forget to do a prediction first game. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, no, I didn't. So now the outcome is Royalty do take game 1. So all the peeps who got the Royalty, you got some sick-ass points out here chillin'. Sips monster. My I don't know one apparently how he who must not be named. Gosh, I wish I could get involved in these conversations. But we are just going to take a little bit of time just to kind of gather our thoughts on that game. Royalty looking very dominant and looking like they do mean business. So those RIL points are looking real sweet. I mean, dude, it's a lot of nice points, man. Royalty, you don't underestimate what Garth is capable of in this Viego. I wonder if he's been spamming it now that I think about it. Alright, so now we do get the all clear from Dashki. And we are going to head into the next champ select. And this is game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Royalty took game 1. And do they look to close out this game and bring it to a clean 2-0 victory? Those Royalty, yes. So now we're going to see the Victor immediately been taken away in that mid lane. And then the Karthus being yoinked away from Garth and from Vanzor. Nothing changes there. Then the Aphelios taken away from Red Raven. Don't want him on that hyper carry. We've all seen what he can do on that. And I do think it needs to be respected. But then the Graggy is going to be taken away from Garth. As well as possibly the Wabajaki pick. Or even Darkside picking up the Gragas. Very flexible champion. As in that Malphite is taken away in the top lane. And Varus will be taken away from Vanzor. What are we going to be seeing coming out here for Royalty? As we see the Maokai is being hovered. Is it going to be the Maokai steal for Garth? Not entirely sure if that's going to be going to a top lane or a support Maokai. Or Garth is going to be put onto tank duty. As that is going to be the Maokai lock-in and the Maokai steal for Royalty. what possible answer would you have into the Maokai? Could we possibly see the Viego re-pick into the Maokai to kind of just give them a taste of their own medicine? But at this point, I don't really know entirely for sure. As now the Lilia is going to be locked in the jungle for Mr. Dusky. Have been yet to see him perform on this Lilia, so we are curious to see if this is where he really shows his true colors here. But then the Aurelian Soul being hovered. Is that going to be the Aurelian Soul for all spooks? We have seen Aurelian Soul once today. We've seen what it's capable of. Are we going to see it again? I really would like to see it. No! As we see the Xayah is going to be picked up. Going to take in heavy priority on that 80 carry. One Van's on something comfortable. The Darius is then hovered. They look like they want to put the Darius into the Ornn, because the Ornn was taken away from Wabajaki. But one thing's for sure is that that Mordekaiser is still open for Wabajaki, but no, will opt for the Scion. Very hard scaling tank, as that now does firmly put either Maokai in either the jungle or in the support role. And then as we look into the last possible mid lane pick for Nibble, is it going to be the Ezreal Zeri? No, it looks like we are probably going to get the Zeri lock-in, and that is going to be Zeri in the bot lane coming out for Red Raven. I have not seen it too much from him, but it does make things look real interesting. Going to these next bans, it's going to be targeted to that mid lane and into that jungle, or even the support role, as the Galio will be stolen away from El Spooks. Will not be getting that anytime soon. The Lulu going to be banned away as well, so can't really pair up well with the Zeri. Going to have to find a new support to back up that Zeri, and not have the voices say Zeri, Lulu, Zeri, Lulu. And then the Blitzcrank will actually be banned away from Darkseid. They show enough respect to get him off this kind of heavy engaged tank. And what is the final respect ban going to be from Royalty? Wait, who won game one? Game one went over to Royalty. Absolute smash with a 37-9 scoreline, or 39-7 scoreline. With Garth going deathless with like 14 kills, if I remember correctly. But then that Renata is going to be taken away in the support role. Do not want the Renata to make the Xayah shred her own team. As we are going to see the final two picks for each side here. The Alistar is going to be Hobster. It's not going to be the Alistar synergizing well with the Zeri. I have not seen that duo before. Not really sure how well it works out. Sicko mode Garth. Exactly. Garth went fucking sicko mode in that series, bro. And now, funny not seeing the Jinx prior. I mean, I was rather curious on, like, the Xayah still has quite high priority. Or I thought the Jinx would be picked up by Raven, but does not look like it, as that is going to be the Braum pairing up with Xayah. Very, very safe lane with the Featherstorm as well as the Braum shield. Going to be very hard for Zeri to get the extra damage off, as the Lissandra is going to be hovered in the mid lane. That is kind of fermenting that Maokai into the jungle, if that Lissandra is locked in. As that is now Lissandra for El Spooks. Garth now put on the back foot. Not going to be on that hyper carry jungler, but now going to be playing more for his team with this engage on the Maokai. And the final mid lane pick. What are we going to be seeing going against the El Spooks Lissandra? As we enter the final pick. 2 seconds in. What is it going to be? It's going to be the Swain. So now that does mean that it's going to be Swain going to the mid lane, Zeri Alice to the bot lane, on jungle, and Lilia on top lane and Lilia jungle. So that does mean we are going to set up our next prediction, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Pow, boom. And then we are going to get our Royalty. Going to take the clean 2-0 series, or do 5 Lonely Men look like they want to take it to a game 3? Not really sure on how that's going to go. But Royalty have been looking quite confident in that first game. And very curious to see if they're going to be able to carry that over into this next game here. But I am going to put us on a small break while we wait for the game to go through. So be sure not to go away, and I will see you all in 3 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are hopping back into the next game here. As I just need to do some quick minor adjustments, so please don't get mad at me. I do apologize. I have to do this every time. I need to find a more efficient way to do this. If anyone has any more efficient ways of doing this, please do give me a shout. Because I'm... like, having to do this does feel kind of awkward. But I'll do my best. Alright. But we are now going to be hopping right into game 2 with Royalty on the blue side, and that is going to be Nibble on the red side. We see heavy priority on the hard engage for Royalty. Lissandra and the Braum, very capable of peeling for this Zaya. Sion will get quite tanky, quite chunky, as their priority is to play around Spooks and Banzor. While the team comp that Nibble have put together seems like it is a little bit all over the place. A lot of knockups and a lot of pick potential, but nothing really helping synergize with the Zeri, who's going to be peeling a lot more for herself, not going to have any shields, but Spooks going in really aggressively with some trades here, as Garth wants to go for some more poke, but does not opt to do it. There's definitely plans here for Garth, but Ornn kind of getting in the way, not letting anything happen anytime soon. But Tildosaurus is going to be rocking the cowbell in the bot lane, and Red Raven on the default Zeri and default Lilia. Alright, sorry, gosh, I realize I'm shaking it a little bit, but that's just because it's the third cannon monster is really starting to kick in. As you see the skins this game, we've got the Dark Star Lissandra, very nice looking skin there. And then we also have the Astronaut Maokai sitting in Le Jungle. And then bot lane, we got Banzor default skin. Darkside, what is Darkside running? He's running the Dragon Slayer Braum. And wants to really go for that level 2. And trying to further deny any more push potential from Red Raven. But Pentademon and Wabajaki just trading out autos. Grasp for grasp. Just exactly how that tank matchup is going to be. Now the Never Move does not connect. Banzor and Darkside want to try and pick up that level 2 very early on. Kanmi having a bit of a hard time landing the Never Moves. But now Banzor and Darkside are going to take over to that level 2. Raven is level 2, Tildosaurus is level 1. Now Dashi will get spotted doing his raptors there, as there's going to be the flash from Maokai knocked back onto Zeri. Zeri is going to get flashed to the wall, immediately eat over, as that is no ignite Darkside, no flash Garth. But now Zeri has no escapes if she is not near a wall. Really good early gank coming out from Garth here, who did the easy just double buff pickup. And Spooks trading with Khan, not really going in his favor. But now Wabajaki going for some more trades with the Scion. And Banzor looking super comfortable on the Zaya. But to answer some of the many questions I know some people are having on like the Jinx prio, very curious to why we have not seen much Jinx in these last couple of games. I guess maybe the prio has fallen more to the Zaya because of how safe she can play, compared to the likes of Jinx, who has to play safe on her own to maintain security. But we see Spooks going to be going with some poke on Dashki. Dashki goes for an invade, does pick up the blue buff, or attempt to pick up, well, does actually steal away the blue buff from Mr. Garth. Can't imagine he is too pleased about that, but they will just trade. Skeletor is going for the engage onto Banzor. Zeri's auto attacks are being blocked. That is going to be the ghost coming out from Banzor into the ignite. Immediate flash. His Darkside is taken quite dangerously low. Will he be able to walk out? It does look like it, and that will be no kill happening bot side, as no flash or ghost from the Zaya, and that is no ghost on the Zeri either. Oh, but Pentademon getting knocked up, and that's going to be the flash from Wabajaki. No, flash away from Wabajaki. Pentademon taken quite low there with that trade, and will have to give up some more of his tower gold. I thought this Red Raven really want to try and shove this wave and get under the tower, but that is going to be already a resetting Zaya. So the Arc Zaya is going to be able to catch this wave in time. Alistair desperately wants to try and push that wave, try and deny as much as possible, but that Elspoo's going for that really good trade onto Khan. Whew. Good trades for her, but they are going to be, but Banzor will be able to pick up all these minions. Not all of them, as you see, -1 happening there in the chat. Another -1. No, oh no, oh no, oh no, Vanzor. Unfortunately missing 3 or 4 of those. Really unfortunate there, but Dashki is going to be spotted doing his wolves. And Wabajaki going to be doing the Scion thing. He's going to pick up that Kindle Gem. Going to be quite a tanky, chonky boy. And Pentademon just going in for some more trades with that Grasp stacking. But that just seems to basically be it. It's Pentademon losing the trade over to Wabajaki, who is just going to get some more and more free health from all these minions. Does not even need to worry about picking up any of the potions. Oh, but the knockup is there, and Pentademon does not time the Bellowing Breath so well. But then Tank's Tower, the Ornhorn is summoned, will connect on the knockup onto Wabajaki, and that is first blood going over to him. But Wabajaki will pick up the immediate trade kill in the zombie form, as that is now 1 for 1. With Lilia further going in for another invade on to Mr. Garth. And the Garth is going to be bot side, and they are gonna help them shove the wave. And they do want to look for a dive. We see El Spooks is here. Red Raven has no flash, and that is going to be the ulti coming out there. They do actually trying to get to Raven in time, but the Alistair is storing them so well. Braun will go in for that flash Q. El Spooks will pick up the Raven. Tiltosaurus has nowhere to go. That is 3 versus 1. Ignite coming out onto Darkseid, who will tank the tower. And Alistair desperately trying to pick up at least 1 kill, but that is now a double kill for El Spooks. As then Alistair will pick up just the Maokai. And very unfortunate there, but all in favor of royalty. Not worth the top wave in such a good position. As now, the 1-for-1 trade is Scion's gonna start doing annoying Scion things. It's just gonna start proxying the wave from Pentademon. Gonna try and further deny him more experience. And a lot of damage coming out onto Pentademon. But Scion will use the ulti and will get out unscathed. As now Red Raven and Dashki are going to start this dragon here. Garth and Darkseid do realize that they are on it. And it does look like they're going to try and commit for it. Lulu does have the flash. And it will be a... Oh! Close! Oh my goodness. Dusky almost lost it. Dusky picks up the dragon. Barely getting almost stolen by Darkseid with the Braum. But now El Spooks helping himself to some free tower plating while the Swain just wanders back to lane. But Vanzo and Darkseid looking to put more pressure onto Mr. Red Raven. As Dusky is taking quite low in the jungle. Darkseid trying to find Tiltosaurus. Will get the auto attack with a knocker coming up onto Alistair into the Braum, blocking the damage coming out from Red Raven. And then the stun there onto Tiltosaurus. So much damage! The root from the Xayah. Ghost is burned. Vanzor picks up Tiltosaurus. And once again, Vanzor really showing his prowess on this AD carry. And this is definitely why the Xayah gets more prior over the Jinx. Now Scion wants to try and opt to pick up the Rift Herald. Maokai is there to assist, but Lily is going to be coming bot side. Vanzor does have the level 6 now. Darkseid does kind of negate some of the damage from the Lilia. But it is going to be a pushing wave into the Zeri once again. A 70 CS to 46 in favor of royalty. And the gold lead has extended to 1.5 thousand. As now Pentademon goes for the hard engage onto Wabajaki. The grass stacks are traded as now Tiltosaurus really wanted to deny their backs and is going to run away. But now Garth will see the control ward. Will just continue to take up his blue buff. No questions asked. But Wabajaki and Orn just kind of duking it out, trading grass stacks. They're both very tanky. It does not matter. It's just a wet noodle fight up here as they go bonkety bonk bonk. But very favorable wave control coming out from Xayah as Darkseid does go in for the hard trade. Will land the knock up onto Zeri. Zeri does have the flash, does have the ghost, but the Ornhorn is summoned. And it will get knocked up, denying the Ornreek summon there. But the Bellowing Breath will pick up the trade kill as Zeri is caught out by Vanzor into the Feather Storm. Massive Feather Storm coming from Vanzor. But they will take down the Lilia in the top side as Scion goes for the trade kill. But Vanzor, very well executed, took down Red Raven. Even while he did have the flash, trying to flash out of the way, but the Featherstorm was available, as now Conmi is in the bot side, does have the Demonic Ascension, is going to do so much damage, but then the stun coming out will lock down 2 as Conmi picks up the shutdown and a double kill. So that is now Kraken Slayer fully built for this Zaya. And that CS lead is getting further and further between the Zeri and the Zaya here. As Kami does pick up a plate and pick up some minions down the bot side. Zeri goes and holds the mid lane. But Goth is going to be backing up. Oxford goes for the flash ulti, go for the one shot. Where is Red Raven? As he just runs it down mid and gets taken down by Spooks very, very comfortably. As that is a full Leandries for him. So much extra damage. Lily does land the 3-man sleep. Goth and them are just trying to peel so much for Lissandra, but there will be the flash coming forward. Kami does not have the Demonic Ascension. Darkseid gets caught out. Will flash behind the Nature's Grasp. So much damage picked up onto that Lilia. But Goth will keep his support alive. And Royalty are looking very comfortable once again. Now, the Bellowing Breath not timed well this time, as now Wabajaki is going to look to go for the proxy angle. Where he's just going to try and deny some more minions. Matildasaurus coming bot side. Vanzor does not have the Featherstorm, does have the Ghost, but not going to be enough as Tildasaurus takes down Vanzor. And not able to give it to the Zeri, unfortunately. But Dashki is looking like he wants to play for the gank here. Wabajaki going for some aggressive trains. The Ornhorn is coming. Double knockup for Wabajaki. That's very low health from all of them. As that Wabajaki taken down, put into zombie form. Conmi was also there to back them up. So that was 3 members committed top side. But this does give the green light to Royalty to prepare for this dragon. As Tilsaur is trying to look for that reset. But Goth gonna get onto Red Raven. Will try and knock him back, but buffers the root. Gets over the wall. And Red Raven will survive once more. The Jack Show is picked up by San rather than the Heartsteel. So gonna go for more of that resistance-oriented build. As there was yet another commit to a dive down bot side, but they are gonna try and give as many plates over to Vanzor as possible. As now Royalty want to prepare for the second dragon of the game. And now they have set that up at Zeri. Using the E as a very defensive tool. Starting to see why Red Raven did want to pick it up, trying to keep safe as possible and scale. But that is 5 members of Royalty down here to pick up this dragon. Swain W will spot them out. But Goth should have this in the bag. Will smite it away. And now it's going to just explore. As now Wabjaki returns back to the top lane. Tildasaurus going for the Hex Flash onto Vanzor. Vanzor is going to get knocked up there, but does have the Featherstorm. Will walk away. Darkseid is going to be there, back him up. Will use a shield. Will get the stun. Zeri does drop the ultimate. Massive feather pull back onto Red Raven, who will burn the Ghost. Or use the knockup into Nature's Grasp. Darkseid Gate takes down Red Raven. And they do not look like they're stopping there. They're going to continue to fight. Tildasaurus is now going to get Dashki. That is going to be the ultimate cover of Spooks onto Lilia. As Vanzor takes one. Elspook takes another. And that is now a 3-0 in favor of Royalty. As now Wabajaki and Ornn are duking it out up here in the top lane. Where Ornn does not have a combat mythic. Has got the Radiant Virtue, giving that a little bit of healing. But Wabajaki does have the Proteon, so it gets the stacking resistance and the healing. But then that does mean that bot lane tower is picked up by Royalty, giving them that extra oomph of gold. But there are commitments to take down this Ornn and to take down this Swain. Those are shutdowns that are available to Royalty, despite having a gold lead. And San, unfortunately, sitting 2 levels behind Mr. Pentademon, who will go for those trades and take them very easily. But we'll get a knockup. We'll get level 10. The Pro Jack Show proc very easily up here. But Tiltasaurus and Red Raven, unfortunately, not having the luck that they need down in the bot side. Picking with Vanzor getting all these kills and all the gold. It is not the same for Red Raven, who is not getting all the kills. Tiltasaurus picking them up with Ignite, or as well as just a simple auto attack. And it's just unfortunate with the Zeri being the pointer carry here. So Spooks very good with the setup here, but is going to get 3-man here. They got Zeri and Tiltosaurus there. Spooks does have the claw, but will use it to get out of the way. No knock-up connecting there, as now Bambi looking for a way in. But Darkseid and Goth are there to back up Spooks. While Vanzor is going to be picking up some tower plating up in the top side. He does know that there are multiple members of Nibble approaching. Now Darkseid is going to be there. Tiltosaurus is going to be caught up. We do see the teleport now coming in from San. He's going to be into knock-up. The bomb extension is there. Vanzor's kiting the back line. The ultimate coming out from the Xayah. I mean, not the Xayah, from the Ornn. Going to be able to knock them out. Lilia tries to get the AoE sleep, and not going to be enough. The Ornn Horn is summoned in the back line. Featherstorm is used to dodge the Ornn Horn. And that is 4 for 1. Once again in favor of Royalty, as the only person who fell is Darkseid. And the only person alive for Nibble is Pentademon. Alrighty. As we do see Vanzor is going to go for some quick fighting onto Pentademon, but that's a lot of damage coming out from the Ornn. Tanking a couple tower shots, but now Webjug is going to be there. We'll go for the flash and knock up, but that's the immediate flash from Pentademon. And then Spooks picks up that top lane tower, further opening up the map. Safe to say, this Maokai and Lissandra combo is very easy to lock down Red Raven. He is a mobile AD carry with the E from the Zeri and the Ghost, but it is just not enough. There's so much lockdown, so much denial, and at this point in the game, still does not have that first item yet. Neither does the Alistar, as well as the Lilia too, quite far behind, where we've got up to 2 items finished by the Xayah, and then we are having almost 2 full items picked up by the Maokai as well. But yeah, Garth looking comfortable, looking great. Despite not being on the carry that he was on previously, still putting in the hard yards for his team. While we are going to see a possible Rift Herald drop in the mid lane. Pentademon and Tiltosaurus are there. Vanzor will be joined by Darkseid. San is top lane. Has got plenty of resistances. We'll be able to clear those waves very quickly. A lot of damage coming out there. But the Nature's Grasp is going to connect. Will land on to Alice. Alice has no way to go into the knockup, into the pullback, into the stun. Darkseid picks up Tiltosaurus. They get the charge off on the tower. And they do look like they want to continue. The ultimate comes out, locks down the Lilia. Vanzor picks up another. Zeri uses the ultimate sound, drops in with a devastating charge. As now that is going to be the Ornn summon. Will then double knockup, but the Featherstorm used to dodge very easily. As Vanzor once again will take down Pentademon, will take down the tower. As the only person who fell was the Scion. That is again a 2 for 1. And looks like they got two towers and almost an inhib tower. So safe to say that is worth for Royalty. Now it looks like they are going to start up the dragon. Are going to pick up their second dragon of the game. With Khan going demonic, trying to get in range, trying to keep that going. But the Brood coming out from all Spooks. And then Maokai smiting out the dragon. Zeri will pick up one on the Lissandra, but will be immediately traded out as the Nature's Grasp is called. Vanzor has dropped the Ghost, is kiting them out. Wants to go for the chase onto the Zeri. Will not commit. As that is now 2 for 2. But Royalty pick up the dragon. So that puts them in the lead as well. Red Raven unfortunately not able to play to the potential which we have known him for. They have put a lot of heavy priority in trying getting him fed, but he's having a hard time trying to convert any of the gold that he's received into a lead. And it's also unfortunate the Alistar has ended up yoinking a couple of the kills. Obviously, it's not intentional. These things happen all the time. But they need to make sure they can get the gold onto their right carries, as Wabajaki is going to go for a fight onto Dashki. But Wabajaki is quite a tanky boy. Has got the Jack Show. Is going to use the ultimate and is going to land onto that Swain. Is fighting 3 versus 1. I think so. 4 versus 1. My goodness. And he's taking so much damage from that Zeri. And Zeri will pick up the kill onto Wabajaki, getting the gold that she needs. But San will look like, it's going to try and go for some more damage onto Red Raven. But Goth now will be yanking away this red buff. We'll be handing it over to Vanzor, who will make very good use of that, as Lilia is going to return to her red and see there's nothing there. We'll walk into a warded bush, and that is so much damage, as Dashki gets absolutely annihilated. Nature's Grasp is going to come out. It's going to connect onto Khan. Does have the Demonic Ascension. Looks like they're going to go for the engage into the stun. Ornhorn is summoned. Zeri does not have the ultimate available. We're going to have to flash away, but the massive Feather Storm from Vanzor will lock down Swain. Vanzor kiting it out, running away from Alice. The dish runner there to knock up. Pentademon is full HP. Wants to get the knock up onto Vanzor, but will get kited out. A shutdown goes towards Mr. Pentademon. But Garth, they do continue the chase onto Penta. That is they have a lot of lockdown between the two of them, but are not going to go for the over chase. As Garth will connect with the Tiltosaurus, and likely going to take him down. As that, oh no, the flash from Garth, not able to lock down the Zeri. As unfortunately, as Raven and Tiltosaurus live on such minuscule amounts of HP, as there is now an engage onto the Lissandra, but not going to be enough. The Sleep not able to lock down and give the Lily any time to do some damage. So we'll just sit it out. And just be vibing, just be chilling. And the Swain opting for the Leandries over the Jack Show as well, or even the Rod of Ages here. But now Tiltosaurus clearing out some vision, Red Raven picking up some jungle camps. Once the shot having a bigger effect on the map, but still only one item, and this Zaya has 3 full items. Even Shroud picked up by the Maokai as well as the Demonic Embrace. And where that is the locket for Brom. Who is going to try and take down the Scuttle Crab, but Dashki is going to walk in, going to try to do something. Darkseid has caught onto the Lilia. They are going to get some rotates. As Elspooks comes in, does not have the flash. But Sion will catch the Lilia. Is going to be forced to burn the flash. As the Nature's Grasp connects onto the Swain. And Swain gets absolutely deleted. And that is the all go for Baron. As Orn does pick up a tower on the bot side. Is looking to go for a teleport. Do want to fight this. It's 4 versus 5. Key ultimates are available for both teams. The Ornhorn is summoned, but the blue team will pick up the Baron. Pentademon wants to go for the engage. Does land the knock onto Wabjaki. Also trying to get up the back line. Will land a 3-man route onto the backside. Maokai takes down Zeri. Lissandra takes down the Lilia. As then Vanzor will lock down Ali. And we're going to see Vanzor doing some damage over the wall into the feather pullback, knocking Pentademon back to the pit. Has no flash. And I mean, they are hand gifting that call over to Vanzor, who is 12 and 3 on the Zaya. As we see 3 more towers. That is the only thing that stands between 4 more, sorry, my math is bad. 4 more towers that stand in the way of royalty and closing out this series. And yet it is looking still rather grim for Nibble Esports. Orn picking up a lot of the kills here. Zeri unfortunately not able to pick up much of the damage she would have needed to. Where Vanzor is so fed. Lissandra has 2.5 items and can 100-0 anyone with that ulti combo. So this will be the very easy secure of the Ocean Drake score. So right now Royalty took game 1 and very comfortably took game 1, keeping Nibble in the single-digit kills. And now this is game 2 with Royalty very much dominating. Apes and KB by Garth, Sicko mode even on a utility tank jungle. Man knows where to be. Man knows exactly how to play the jungle role, maintain his strength. And even if he's not on the carry junglers, he's still going absolutely Sicko mode here. While Garth is going to get spotted out by Dashki and Tiltosaurus. But Zaya is going to be walking around. Nature's Growth is coming out. Dashki going to get hit by the Lilia Sleep. But the Feather Storm coming out. We see the Swain is going to be TPing to the top side. Goes Demonic. But that is so much damage being negated by the Braum. Garth going golden. It's going to be smacking down Raven and Tiltosaurus. Where is Raven going to go? as now Vanzo is fighting 2 members alongside Darkseid. Dusky just trying to get at least 1 kill, but Raven will hop away. Vanzo picks up another, but Raven gonna die. The Goth Sapling, as Darkseid and Vanzo want to continue the fight here. I covered error last time. Guys, last time 1-2-0 versus XVG. Thank Cappy. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much for covering that. I really wish I was able to also cover that. The time zones do conflict. As Goth very aggressively takes down Alistair. As Spooks and Wabajaki going to be taking down that second second Nexus turret. There is no one but Kani to negate this, but that is a lot of birds coming out from Spooks. Goes gold, tries to flash into the base. Base dying mid. But now we do see Khan going demonic. Desperately trying to slow down this push. Vandal and Darkseid coming to the dark side, pushing that mid. And then we see the Nature's Grass coming out. Will lock down Red Raven. Has nowhere to go. They do lock down Dusky as well with a knock-up. He's going to walk away. Tiltosaurus drops the cowbell. And Vanzor will pick up the cow. And will pick up... Looking like they're going to go for more. Are they going to be able to pick up more in the base there? As we do see, it is going to be the final Nexus taken by Royalty as they close the series to 0. So GG, well played to Nibble and to Royalty, but Royalty taking the dub, going 2-0 in this series. And I have to say, Vanzor putting up a hell of a show. Vanzor as well as Goth putting crazy amount of work and working together well as a team is what brought them to victory. Royalty looked like they unstoppable here. But Jake's lol coming out here with the vibes. But this was a League of Legends game of note. This was a wild game. I'm not gonna lie to you folks. But Garth needs to be nerfed, bro. Like, you nerf him by banning his Karthus, but he just comes back stronger. Like, it's just crazy to think what this man can do on so many different junglers. When he's on a carry, he's on utility junglers. He can do so much more than meets the eye. But from me, we're gonna go for a short break here, as we are going to wait for our next game. Garth hotfix coming soon. Possibly, but if Garth keeps playing like this, looks like he's gonna be dominating the jungle scene in South Africa. But now I'm going to go to a small break. We do have our final game of the evening happening 10 p.m. It is Shadow Garden vs. BL Esports. So don't go away. Stick around, and I will see you all in 15 minutes. I'm sorry, I had to pop on stream to sing. I'm so sorry, but I had to. Selling you out. Feels like yelling hearts cause you're in the name from the crowd. I got your picture, I'm coming with you. Dear Maria, count me in. It's the story at the bottom of this bottle. Alright. Not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten. Colors of her eyes were. Tell her how she got them. There's the telling signs of age rain down. A single tear is dropping. A sense of an aging face that this world has forgotten. It was never a phase, Mom. It's a lifestyle. Reconciliation that will put me in my place, and there's no place like the present. Drink these draining seconds, but seldom do these words ring true when I'm constantly failing you. Walls that just we can't break through until we disappear. So tell me now, certain love, how do we get out? I don't know. And then she said, I don't hate you, boy, I just wanna save you. Still something left to save. Whoa, I love you, girl, but I'm not the answer for the questions that you still have. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rushing waves, for no man does it ever wait, like memories of dying days that deafen us like hurricanes. Exhale the hand, uncurl the fingers in your hand, pressed into the flesh like sand. So do you understand? So tell me now, this ain't love, cause I don't get out. I don't know, that's when I said I don't hate you, boy, I just wanna save you while there's still something to save. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The answer for the questions that you still have. Oh, oh, oh. A thousand miles away, nothing left to say. Send it after, and I don't know. Never had a choice. And thank you, Mr. Instinction, for the shameless plug for the channel. I am very grateful. Seems like the storm might be coming back, but should be enough time for us to finish this series. Don't hate you. Do know. So tell me now, if they love, then how do we get out? Rise Against, yeah, boy, got to go to watch them live. Oh, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous. I wish. The song must have been a vibe live. It has to have been. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whew. Slaps. What did I queue up next? I know we're going back to the 2000s, everyone. Big classic coming out here now. I'm in the business of misery. I'll take it from the top and body, mighty like an hourglass and tear it like a clock. I'm now. You're the only guy for me. Yeah, I'm the raisins. It at first was, but then the whole set was a vibe, especially considering the rides are open for them. Woo, that must have been mental, man. My intention to brag. God, so good. Then I want it now. Not than knew you would. God, it doesn't feel so. And the warriors, and it's like you. I'm to you. Oh, it's never meant to brag, but I got him where I want him now. Whoa, where's my intention to brag? To stealing it away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? Cause I got him where I want him right now. And if you good, then you knew you would. This feels so. Yeah, this whole album goes hard. And it was just so, like, I know, because I know Hayley Williams, she never liked this song. She hated performing this song. But it is, so again, one of their most played songs. Dreams come true, ain't one of them involving. Was never meant to brag. Not right now. Whoa, isn't there meant to brag? Where I want him now. Oh, it was never my intention to brag. Then away from you now. All right, what is this next? What's the next song we got queued up? Oh, these are some classics. It's too far. I'm going under. And tired of going under. Going under. In too deep. Fight me if you disagree. I have to agree with you. Like, I think this era of music was unparalleled. You can't compare it to anything that they make nowadays. I mean, still nowadays they got good music, but like, I'm looking at my tooth again, and I don't like it. I'm very still self-conscious. But you have to teach this shit in school. Like, straight up, you can't, like, this is This music was peak. It was in those raunchy 2000s comedies, like American Pie, like all the American Pies really, and it worked so hard. Euro Trip, all those OG very raunchy comedies that like the 2000s was a vibe. Keeping in mind to be from above, and I had instead of going under in too deep, and I to be up above in my head. Up, they're all getting in order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally going into Champ Select here. Oh, that's not Champ Select. That is not Champ Select. This is Champ Select. Back when people didn't get offended on everything, enjoyed life, the Tony Hawk Pro Skater days. Also, the Need for Speed Underground 2 days. Those days were vibing, I swear. But that is going to be the Milio taken away immediately. Do not want to see that OP support picked up. The Zaya going to be banned away. Jing's taken away from Instinction. The heavy priority on these 280 carries is so high, especially in this game. With Instinction having one of the highest win rates on this champion at the beginning of the season, and is looked very dangerous on it in his solo queue games. So I am very much not surprised that it's going to be banned away. And then the Wukong will be taken out of the pool from Snotskiter, not being able to pick that up. And then the immediate Mordekaiser being banned away. Did not want to see that in the top lane. I just downloaded Need for Speed Underground 2 last week to play it again. Man, I would kill for that. And then Need for Speed Carbon, like Need for Speed Most Wanted, like the OG Most Wanted. They were so good, man. Like those games are unrivaled. Like graphic wise at the time they were peak. And like the music just went so hard. But then that is going to be the Vi then taken away from the jungle. So that is no Vi for Mr. Mystical Knight. As what is the priority going to be? It does look like it's going to be the Thresh for Bugs Tag him. This is a champion he is extremely comfortable on. It is something he's capable of making the mad plays on. Yeah, I got the entire pack, all the games except for the one that was just released last year. The Need for Speed Unbound, I'm very tempted to get it, but did you buy it on Steam? Because then I might very much join that and just play some of those, because those games are really something. And then that is going to be the Kazakhs in the jungle for BL, and then the Kai'Sa lock-in. So they are very much enjoying that Void buff. But what will be the answer here? Will they pick up their AD and their jungle kind of to match those? Or are they going to put more priority into their other lanes? But so that's going to be the Tristana. It is a flex pick. Can be locked in mid and can be locked in bot side. So it's just all a matter of where they want to rotate this champion around to. Very interesting indeed. Very much delaying this. What could we be seeing picked up there as the Xin Zhao going to be hovered? Thank you so much for the follow, Tiny Blue Buff. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Tiny Blue Buff is such a cute name. I may have sailed the high seas for it, but to be fair, I did own most of the games at some point. Oh, okay. I see what you'd mean. I also played a lot of the games growing up, and I got some of them on Steam, but that's as much as I can say I've gotten. But then now that is going to be the Ahri lock-in the mid lane, so we are going to head to the next ban phase. Since our very early game jungler, going to try and make the priority bot side. Wants to keep the strength on Instinction, especially considering how well he synergizes with Bugs Tag him. and hopes to try and get this Tristana ahead. Like, I've owned almost all the like Assassin's Creeds and the Need for Speeds. The only ones I really haven't owned is Unbound. Unbound was kind of iffed for me, and Need for Speed Shift was also not so great. But I loved all the other ones. I've played through almost all of them. Need for Speed Most Wanted is Hot Pursuit, The Run. Great games, amazing games. Can't get hold of The Run anymore, which is really sad because that game was quite unique for its time. As that is now going to be the Morgana ban in the bot lane. Want to get rid of that synergy with the Kai'Sa, but also want to take away the possible Thresh counter. But there is the soft Thresh counter is still available in the Blitzcrank. So wouldn't be surprised if we see the Blitzcrank Kai'Sa bot side, where that is going to be the Malphite taken away in the top lane and the Norless. So they don't want to see that Norless Kai'Sa. Most Wanted and before were perfect games in my opinion. Cracked. Like the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit was so good. The remastered one was quite nice just visually. But the run was so different because it's just it was a long race across America. And like each little race was like a segment and it was really, really cool. But it was on like the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. It was so like it was such a niche game, but it had like a really well-built story. I thought it was quite a lot of fun. But that is going to be the Braum synergizing well with the Kai'Sa. That is going to be that is the passive procs fiasco down the bot lane. Can easily proc the stuns if the Kai'Sa gets into that back line with the Killer Instinct. Snootskitter is on the Scion in that top side, going for the hard scaling. And then the Lissandra picked up in the mid lane for fucking mint. Now lastly, Tom Kench being Harvard, that is likely going to be the top lane. Tom Kench. Never mind Fiora now being rotated. Sets. This man is taunting us. What are we going to be seeing? Is it going to be anything particularly interesting? It is look like it's going to be the Shen in that top lane. So very safe team comp in order, and Shen can be used to protect the Kazakhs and the Kai'Sa. Ari has her own mobility. Kazakhs has got there's quite a lot of mobility actually on the side of BL Esports. With Tristana also being quite mobile, but the Lissandra can easily lock down the Ari and the Kazakhs very easily. So that is definitely a point of strength for Shadow Garden. So now we are going to take this to the prediction polls, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get your points out, get your predictions out. Who is going to win? Is it going to be BL Esports or is it going to be Shadow Garden? HDG. I'm just going to type Shadow. There we go. That's fine. Awesome sauce. But we got some more songs we're going to be playing just while we wait for the loading screen to go through. But never seen it play the run before. I've seen it, yeah. Don't know if you know Kodo HS. He's a new speedrunner and ran it during one of those charity events. I would like definitely want to do like a replay of some really old games for charity, like speedrun them. I do like them quite a bit, and it's like Need for Speed is a childhood game of mine, as was like the old Gran Turismo, and what other was there? The Gran Turismo was good. Forza Horizon, the first one of my favorite games ever made. I love that game so much. So it's just seeing all that nostalgia makes me really I miss it, man. I miss it when games didn't cost like R1 million to buy. Now you could pay like $200 for a PSP game and it would last you months. But we have got the next song, and it is a classic. It's a new day. It all feels like it's a good life. That's what I'm told. Dang as all the sales are going. High school, yeah, like a jail cell and a t-shirt ray. Never wanna be like you. I don't wanna do the things you do. Never wanna say the words you say. Not I ever wanna, all I ever wanna be you. Wanna be just like you. This is the answer. Roll your hands up, you. Wanna be you. College and university, get a real job. That's what they said to me. Never be the way they want. Why? Take my time and I said why. Then you said in line. No, I just I don't know. I've forgotten half these lyrics. Every wanna be like them. Yeah, they wanna be another gent. I really want the other hand. I don't ever wanna be you. Wanna be just like you. This is the anthem, throw all your hands up, yo. Don't wanna be you. Was I ever into the GBA like the RPGs and Pokemon games? Poke MMO. Nah, yeah, Knott's got it right. I didn't really play much of it on consoles or my Nintendos, because I unfortunately did not have one. Why is my camera so blurry now? Oh, there you go. We're fine. Camera, look at me. Pokemon Ruby and Emerald. Yeah, Pokemon Ruby and Emerald were solid games. I played an emulated version of Emerald. Personal favorite. I think it was Ruby or Pokemon Red. Or I can't remember. There's one where you find Rayquaza. I absolutely loved that game. I loved it so much. I literally sat and just played the entire day, every day for like 3 days straight. But I really wish I could just get that first playthrough in again. Like, I just really wish that was the case. So we are going to be heading into game relatively soon now. Did that ever get made? I remember just being in development hell. Pokemon, I've played it a handful of times with friends of mine. It is quite a lot of fun, like the multiplayer open world Pokemon angle. I do like it. I just didn't get as invested into it as I got into the emulated versions. Like, I played the emulated versions on my iPad or on my phone. I had it as well. It was a lot of fun. It was really a lot of fun because it kept you busy when you're supposed to be paying attention in class. You just instead be paying attention to literally the Pokemon you were trying to catch and then accidentally yelling in class. And it was like, oh, what is he doing? And then you have to like shove your phone somewhere where they're not gonna find it. Alright, but we are going to just be getting into game now. Just need to play around with the time controls. Just Google Poco MMO. Okay, so we are into game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get rid of the time controls. And here we are, everybody. Oh, that is other games. That is not the right screen. Alright, and we are... Vroom. I should really have changed the two teams around, but I didn't get to, unfortunately. So I'm just going to quickly do that, and you're not going to see anything. I'm going to do some on-screen magic. Oh, spooky. And now it's done. Pow. Pow again. So we do see a possible invade coming out here from Shadow Garden. They do have the Thresh. The Kai'Sa is going to be caught out. They are going to try and leap forward here. Go for the Flash. Force out the Flash from the Kai'Sa. The Thresh does have Hex Flash, so it does work out in their favor. There was a series on GBA that is still one of the best games I've ever played. Golden Sun. So good. I would definitely like give these a look at. Like, just to do in my free time. Sounds like it definitely quite a lot of fun. So, for everyone to get a bit of context, so... This team, BL Esports, they are from Senegal, in the slightly north part of Africa, and we are hoping that there will be some more of these teams playing in these Mettlestate tournaments, trying to bring more exposure to League of Legends. So seeing all this it's always nice to know that all other teams are getting more and more involved and being made more aware of everything. So very glad to have them here with us in enjoying League of Legends and spreading the love to this community. So we see Despair on the Ahri, we got Yells and Kendi bot side with the Kai'Sa Braum combo. Senegal hype. Exactly, man. We want to see more teams like this. I know we have a team from Nigeria as well in this tournament. So sending the love out to them as well. We got teams from Namibia playing through. So there's a lot of Southern African teams which are now have started competing here. And hopefully we get to see more of them competing and possibly take it to an international level. Like the team from Reunion moving to Singapore server and have absolutely been dominating as they go by the name of... my brain switched off. But this Reunion team looked crazy good. Exhaust Esports. They went over to Senegal and have been dominating in those Singapore leagues. And I possibly hope to see them in some of the EU Masters, if possible. Even the VCS. But a Bugs tag, I'm trying to abuse the level 2, try to go for that early death sentence, but did not connect too well. But now Instinction and Bugs are going to be walking up. EU Masters. Well, so EU Masters, no way, lol. Fair enough, but like, no, they're like, I will say that they are quite a good team. They are, I think, a bunch of them all sitting in Masters. ATK could even look into the Masters as well. But it's a big challenge to get there, to try and get the funding to go to Masters. But I have a goal of ending up there as well, doing some casting over there in EU. Being the next quick shot, or being better than the next quick shot. As Snotskiter is going to be going for those easy trades onto Shen. EMAS is the best before, best of the best before LEC. You see there's going to be engage happening onto Namikaze, who's going to burn the flash and gets exhausted. Extinction catches out, goes first blood. Mystical Knight taking so low, but Despair will pick up one more. Cells is taking so low. Bugs tag and will take the L for Instinction, as that is 2 for 1 in favor of BL Esports. EU Masters is the best before the LEC. I know there's also the amateur leagues, if I remember correctly. Like, gotta go through 3 or 4 different leagues before you can get up into that pro side. But I hope to get there one day. Quick shot. then gotta be very quick shot Kappa. I mean, I did draw a lot of inspiration from him, a lot of his, as well as Captain Flowers. Like, just the way, like, their play-by-play, like, casting style is something I have sort of adapted to who I am. So that's just me. We see Namikaze is going to go for a quick gank onto mid, but Mint will walk out without a trace. A Mystical Knight possibly there to back it up, but not much is going to go on there. But Kendi and Zells will be stuck under the tower. Just clearing the way of Ultrasonic gets a quick and easy reset, and Thresh clears out some wards. But today has been a long day. We've gone through 3 cans of Monster. We do still have a 4th one. Don't think I'm going to need it, else I'm pretty sure I'm going to be awake for the next, like, 10 days. So, going to try and avoid using that at any point today. But Mint will now hold this wave. We'll clear it super easily, getting that shove onto Ahri. Going to deny the back, bait out the charm, and keeping this Ahri here for that little bit longer. Zentai is going for a very cheesy invade onto Namikaze. Very, very cheesy invade. But Burba, I'm going to say Burba. But Burba is going to be dealing with Snotskita's Scion. Scion being a very hot scaler, and Shen being more of that roaming playstyle. So Shen needs to be very careful when using the Stand United and to not give the Scion too much room on that tower. Because next thing you know, that Scion's taking like half your tower and he's already on your Nexus. After just one Stand United. Like, all it takes is a minor rotation error. And like, Scion's got Rift Herald, he's pushing out top wave. He's making sure you don't do any damage. Like, he's actually just crazy, but... But now Kendi gain Braum. Could possibly be looking for engages. You have a Bugs tag him, is maintaining the support pressure. Hook does land onto the Braum as the bombs do come out there. Kendi tanking the brunt of the damage. Half health for him, But now Despair is looking to roam into that bot side. Will get spotted out. And there will be the immediate rotate back from Bugs and Instinction. So taking a look at this bot lane. Kai'Sa and Braum do have very high kill potential, but the Tristana and the Thresh are just as high. Lethal Tempo not going to work so well in the early game, but in the late game will outscale the Kai'Sa. As we see, there's going to be a bit of engage now. Kendi trying to get onto that backline, gets the rocket reset. Tristana could possibly go for the jump back in. But that's very low. That's very low Braum there. As Berber going in for more trades onto Snotskeeter. He does not have any of the Balmy Cinder. He does not have the Kindle Gem, so we'll take quite a bit more damage from that max health Shen Q. Once they unite in Silence, killing game 2's turrets by the time you get back. Yeah, bro. Like he's already in the next game, man. Like he's like one bad ulti and you're old. You don't even the Shen doesn't even have TP. So now Shen goes for, let's say for example, Shen goes for an ulti bot side. Someone has just shoved the entire wave, has got Demolish as well, and it will easily take 2 to 3 tower plates instantly after this. But we do see there's going to be the Dragon Pair from Mystical. Bug's going to have to flash away from Kendi. Mystical Knight taking so much damage. Exhaust coming out. Bug's tagging to ring the Lantern, but Despair picks up the one as Namikaze taken down. But there's going to be the flash coming out from fucking Mint, and that's going to be Tristana picking up one. Is going to get the reset. Will pick up 2. And that is now 3 kills going over to Instinction as he pops the hell off. But also, Sai needs to be careful of the Shen's damage. Shen does have quite a lot of damage up his sleeve with that extra max health if he's able to get the Q to go through. And then with that, it's all about protecting this bot lane. Kai'Sa is going to be doing quite well. 1-0, 361 CS. Well, the 61 CS now has got the Quiver pickaxe, while Tristana is very similar, but has picked up the full boots. So we'll have that slight attack speed advantage over the Kai'Sa. Whilst Lissandra has picked up quite a chunky CS lead onto this Ahri. Very comfortably, and Ahri's not having a good time. 4 kills on Trist before 10 minutes. That's a GG moment if I've ever seen one. I mean, that's kind of just how Tristana's aggression would be so useful, especially considering how fed she is. She is open to be quite aggressive, and she can do what she wants. There's a lot of damage coming out from Snotskeeter. My goodness, that's Scion damage. Gonna go in for more grasp stacks. Gonna go for the knockup, and the Chen will dash out. As Snotskeeter will continue to farm, pick up more and more health, making it harder and harder for Shen to look for these ulti roams. It does look like Instinction and Bugs are want to look for a fight. It will land the hook onto Braum. But are going to check out for some vision. It does not look like it's going to go into their favor. As Instinction, they're going to look to shove. This does have the red buff, so it will be very easy for them to do some damage. And Mystical wants to start up the Rift Herald, but Namikaze is there, ready to go. Also on the level 6 on the Kha'Zix, so he needs to be very careful on whether he fights the Kha'Zix or not. But now Snotskeeter has come down to kind of negate Namikaze. So much damage, drops the ulti, and that does look like it's going to be the Rift Herald pickup for Mystical Knight. Fucking Mint has made his way down. We do see the hard engage. Once again, the ulti coming out onto the Namikaze, but Namikaze will not be able to survive, even with the stand united. That Shen is not going anywhere, as you do see. Could possibly be a flash for Mint. No flash up, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But a Rift Herald also going to be picked up by Shadow Garden. Bugs just walking up, going for these aggressive autos. Really trying to assert some dominance down here. But Despair still struggling to keep up with this Lissandra, as Namikaze wants to try and look for someone to assist in some way. But clearing waves so quickly and using so much mana, Lissandra is probably going to go for a quick reset here. Does have the teleport, so can get hopped right back into lane. While Thresh is going for the Hex Flash hook, but it will not connect onto Zell. As Bugs tag him, cannot get anything there. Has going to have to walk away, but the Braum is burning the ulti. A bit of a misstep there. Tristana kiting so well. We'll use the Buster Shot to get the Braum out of there. But Instinction does get the reset. Can jump over. Does have the attack speed steroid. Is going to go for the flash, but gets immediately stunned by the Braum. But Namikaze is there to pick up that shutdown onto Instinction. extremely unfortunate there, as Tristana was not able to get that lockdown. But that Braum passive did so much work in keeping that Kai'Sa alive. So knowing full well that the Ahri wasn't able to pick up the wave, Cassandra was able to pick up a little bit more CS and likely has the full Everfrost in base. While Snotskeeter and Berber are going to keep doing what they do best and smack each other like the wet noodles they are. But we see Zinza was possibly looking for an invade onto the Kha'Zix, but Braum and Ahri are going to be gatekeeping some of that away. So Mystical and Mint will be there to clear out the control where Charm does not connect. It's not Skeeter, making sure that the Shen has no room to farm. Because one thing for sure, farming on Shen is an absolute nightmare, may I say. An absolute nightmare. So, Instinction has the full Kraken Slayer and full attack speed boosts. The Kai'Sa also has got the Kraken Slayer. But it's all a matter of team-based execution, as Vertigo trying to hold the wave, but Scion gives in the big fat no, and it's just going to further and further keep him under this tower. It looks like want to go for a commit onto the Ahri here. Ahri will burn the Spirit Rush. Lissandra will drop the ultimate, will get the burst down, but that is going to be the immediate final Spirit Rush. That is so much burn for one Ahri, as now Namikaze and the bot lane have rotated up, and I do want to go for a fight here. They do try and land onto Instinction, but Namikaze will run away. Instinction does catch out Kendi. Kendi taking so much damage from this bomb here, but then that's a stun coming out of Mystical Knight. Gonna have to run for his life. Bugs tag him. It's gonna be protecting Instinction here. Wants to look for a fight. They're not gonna be able to turn it, but the clan's coming out from Instinction. Gonna have to run away. We'll use a rocket jump. And that is one member lost for Shadow Garden with an unfortunate overstep. As Kai'Sa does have the killer instinct, could have gone for that kill onto Instinction under the tower, but not going to take that chance, as they're just going to pick up some tower plating. So Berber Joloff is going to be trying to hold the wave again, but Scion always gives them the big fat no. And BL are going to be picking up this next dragon. They do pick up the Infernal for themselves and set the soul onto the Ocean Drake. So very likely we could be whoever picks up this soul will probably be dominating the game. Ocean Soul and Cloud Soul being two of the strongest souls in the game so far. Highest win rates as of my add it. But Kha'Zix 3 for 3 for 2 has the full Eclipse. Zinza yet to make a crucial impact to pick up that first item. But Instinction and Bugs Tag him want to keep asserting this pressure they have down the bot side to try and push that tower. But now Kai'Sa and Tristana are on the same page. Kai'Sa does have a long sword over Instinction. But we see the rocket jump coming in immediately. Braum gets Buster shot back. But Namikaze has now made his way bot. There's no way to go. Namikaze picks up one, is on a killing spree. Bugs tag him, has no way to run. And are they going to try and give it over to the Kai'Sa? Kai'Sa will get that last Q off, and Zells is now on a killing spree. It is 10-5 in favor of BL Esports. It's UCK Despair also going to have to hold that mid tower with their lives, as is quite low, and do not want to give that first tower gold over to Shadow Garden. But that is what's now going to be the Jack Show acquired by the Scion, which means he's going to be quite the tanky chonky boy, and really wants to get that tower taken down. But Berber is forcibly kept in this lane. Scion not letting him leave, and it's just going to be very hard for any movement to come out there. But Scion is just stacking this health, going to try and get that wave under the tower, wants to be able to proc the demolish and get that first tower. And does look like Mystical Knight goes for an invade once again onto the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix does have the item advantage. Mystical Knight running for his life, will be able to get the blast cone. Scion does pick up the first tower. Now has the freedom to roam about the map. And we're sitting at that very comfortable. Wait, where is... Okay, am I pressing the right keys? I am. So I'm sitting at very comfortable, 639 stacks, 3000 HP. You do not want to get near this Scion. While Bugs and Instinction are going to pick up some more tower damage there. But Kendi wants to go pick a fight. And Ahri has made their rotation down to bot lane for a possible 3v1. but then Bugs Time will spot them out. Ari will return back to mid lane. Zinzao wants to lock up that mid lane tower, and it looks like they do get that mid lane tower to open up the mid lane for Lissandra. And now all that's left is the bot side, with Instinction and Bugs Tag working hard to get that tower. Charm does go wide for Despair. We see the Sun is going to be dropping the ulti into the bot lane. Is it going to connect onto the Kai'Sa? Does not look like it. They do try and get the tower, but that is going to be the Killer Instinct burn for Zels into the Buster shot on Tristana. Not able to pick up a kill here, but they do want to use this pressure to possibly pick up the bot lane tower and open up the map. Hook does go wide. Zels and Kendi going to give up this tower. Not going to take any chances as they back off. But Kha'Zix is going to be up in the top side with Berber to try and lock that tower down. But Mystical Knight and Snotskeet have made their way down. Namikaze accidentally hit the Scion, tanking tower shots. They do not get the tower with the charge as Zinzao goes for the flash W, not able to connect. My goodness. Mystical Knight is able to get onto Berber, but Berber will dash away, as that is going to be the Stand United charge just to try and get out, but he will not survive. And Zinzao will pick up that kill there. With Lissandra in the area, do get the little passive proc. And it looks like Shadow Garden have got the gold lead. Their kills, they are slightly behind, but they do have gold, more gold in their pocket to play with. Now we see the Even Shroud coming out for the Braum. We see the Luden's Echo for the Ori and Heartsteel for the Shen. Sion is at that point in the game where you can just permanently shove waves and smack tower. And as you say, one bad Stand United and Sion is taking your entire base. As Kendi and Despair have rotated to the top side to try and deal with him. And he is going to try and walk into the bush there, but Snotskeet's going to have to walk away. As we see the TP, Lissandra TPing down to that bot side. Going to try and push that wave in, while Sion is just going to comfortably go for that reset and purchase. I don't actually know. He could be finished the bot. He's basically could say he's finished the Sunfire. Only about 200, 300 gold off. And now Kendi, oh, barely sidesteps the Thresh Hook. But Instinction gets hit by the Warm Q. Ooh, as now Kendi is in a bit of a difficult situation. Bugs does land the Q, and they do go for burst them down, and they will burst down Kendi. The ultimate coming out from Lissandra onto the Kha'Zix. There's a shutdown going over to Mystical Knight. Despair tries to pick up at least one, but that is a double kill picked up for Cloud for Shadow Garden, and it does look like they're going to turn this into the Dragon pickup. There is no way to possibly contest, no jungler, Shen not there. Kai'Sa and Ori looking for resets instead. So at the end of the day, it is Shadow Garden coming out strong once again. Now Zinzao is going to be looking for some stuff to pick up in the enemy jungle. Sitting at 2 for 4 for 6. Picked up some kills. Has got the Eclipse now. But that Kha'Zix has got the Eclipse as well as the Yomus. So is going to be much more maneuverable in the jungle. Kha'Zix does jump for the Snotskeet that is going to stop his back. But nothing more, nothing less. As Sion still has quite a chunky bit of HP. Likely has that Sunfire in the base. But now Mint will be picking up himself a blue buff. Bugs Time does that hook onto Namikaze. Namikaze can be leaping out, will get exhausted, but will escape. The box is dropped, and Station gets onto that back line, but gets absolutely deleted by Namikaze. And then that is going to be the turn onto Bugs Tag'em. Gets taken down by Kai'Sa, who is on a rampage now. Kha'Zix not able to be bursted down in time, despite the exhaust. And now they are going. Now BL are going to be looking to pick up the Baron. There is a Zinzao and Lissandra possibly going for the contest. They do know that the Zinzao is there, and Kendi is zoning him off. Despair is very close on the rotate, but Mint could look for something. Does have the ultimate available. Could go for a steal, but will not. as that is going to be BL picking up the Baron. Very good rotations coming out from BL Esports. There was a possible pick available to Shadow Garden. Were not able to lock it down, and they were able. Kazakh was able to get out in time, but the Ahri have used Burn the Spirit Rush into the flash, into the stun. Lissandra gets the solo bolo onto Zelz, gets that gold. Ahri then does the trade shutdown onto Xin Zhao. My goodness, it is gold being traded left, right, and center. Thresh does land the hook onto the Shen. The Shen does go with the taunt to pull Bugs tag him away. But now the Sandra is going to be run down by Namikaze. Will be rooted, but that is going to be Namikaze picking up the gold there. As Bugs tag him. Going to use this precious time to clear out wards and walk into Kendi. Q does not land. Berber yet to proc that hard steal in any of these fights. And is hoping to try and stack it up soon. Because that Scion is going to be an absolute menace now. Once he has picked up his third item. You see a lot of pings coming out in the mid lane. You want to go for an engaged Bugs tag him. It's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's so out of position. And that is a kill going over to Despair. And this does give a little bit more room to play with for BL. There is no more peel available to Tristana. As well as there is no more frontline aside from the Scion. They are going to have to give up their first mid lane tower. It's the first tower they have to give up this game. But the Baron push going to be chunking down these towers like it's nothing. But now Kendi are going to look to try and spread some vision. Try and maintain this kind of prowess that they have. Mint will be on a ward. Does not know that. And we'll have to deal with it eventually. But Mystical Knight looking for some jungle to clear. Still has got the 2 items on the Xin Zhao. Has got the Eclipse and the Black Cleaver. Will be very good to deal with that Shen and the Braum. But we all know Xin Zhao does not scale very well into the late game. Very much an early game prowess champion. And the early game has passed. Where now Bugs tag him also will be going out to D ward once again. It's just a matter of clearing out vision, giving the enemy team as little amount of control as possible when it comes to sorting out team fights. As a 2-item Tristana now does have the Navori Quick Blades. That is the 2-item Cassandra with the Zonyas and the Everfrost. There's the Horizon Focus picked up for the Ahri. And then the Tiamat pick up for Shen. The Q does connect onto Namikaze from Bugs. But will not take it. As this is the Ocean Drake. And they look, the Instinction would like to pick up for the team. As there's going to be the massive engage on Namikaze into the root, into the Shen. Oh, to stand united, keep Namikaze alive just a little bit longer. But the Buster Shot will lock him down. Mint goes golden. Instinction has to win the flash, get over the wall. It's going to try and fight Despair, but Despair locks him down. Xin Zhao and Snotski are there to save the day. Despair has nowhere to go, has no more Spirit Rushes. And that is going to be 2 for 3 in favor of Shadow Garden. And this does mean that they are able to pick up that 3rd dragon of the game. Normalize AP Xin Zhao Pog. I have to agree. AP Xin Zhao could 1v1 turrets. If you're the Nashers with Rabadons and the Lich Bane and you just 1v1 turrets and like destroy them and just heal permanently. Like, you gotta normalize that. I think next patch, we definitely could be seeing a lot of interesting builds from some of these champions. With AP scalings being added everywhere, they shouldn't be. Now Vayne is getting AP scaling for some apparent reason. I don't know why, but Riot Games seems to think that was a good idea. But Mystical Knight is going to be shadowing Snotskitter here. Namikaze and Kendi will be sitting here. Snotskitter charging up the Q. Not gonna connect there. But Kazakh does want to go for the kill here. Namikaze does go for the engage. Snotskitter, Mystical Knight, and Snot are caught out between a rock and that Kai'Sa. Scion is tanky, can last quite a while, but the Kai'Sa has fully stacked Little Tempo, has got the 2 full items. And he did not take the Lantern. Snotskitter's shield will save the day. Flay forward into the re-engage from the Scion. And now the TP for Mint does want to go for the lockdown, will take down that Kha'Zix. It's going to use the ulti on themselves. But now this is going to be the multiple rotations coming out. Instinct fucking Mint is taken down. The flash taunt coming out from Berger. And it's so close. But Shadow Garden lose their grip. And BL Esports take back the fight. was very much looking grim for BL. Like, we got the TPs coming in from Lissandra, desperately trying to help Shadow Garden. But at the end of the day, it was just too much damage. Kai'Sa was able to kite it out really, really well. If you see the taunt, Snowski, they're taking quite a chunk of damage. But that Thornmail is doing mad work against that Kai'Sa. And we see Mystical Knight rotating around, looking for a fight here. Very low health bars on the side of BL. Well, that is going to be the reset immediately coming out from Braum. And preparing for the next objective, which is going to be the Baron. But Mystical Knight needs to find a way to get onto that Kai'Sa. He is capable of bursting her down and getting a lot of the AoE damage from the rest of the team and spreading them all out. But Lissandra can't also lock them down very easily, despite the Banshees being picked up by Namikaze. Vision will be continually being cleared. A lot of high vision scores for these supports. The Thresh does get the hook onto Kendi, but will not commit to it. Mint will get himself a blue buff. And Shadow lie in wait. They know there is a bait happening. Thresh does connect the hook onto that Ahri, and she is gone. Is that the Baron call that they needed? It looks like it is. It looks like Shadow Garden are going to use this time to start up the Baron. It is 3 versus 5. Shen does have the stand united. Could possibly drop in on Namikaze. Using the lantern to grant some vision. Kazik possibly wants to go in for the steal, but will not go for it. They are going to hand the Baron over to Shadow Garden. And that is a very well-coordinated attack coming out from Shadow. The pick onto the Ahri. Ahri had nowhere to go. Died before I could even get that rush, the Spirit Rush off. Lissandra ulti into the Thresh hook into Lissandra ulti is just too much crowd control. And unfortunately, that is going to be the lockdown happening there. Now this is soul points for Shadow Garden. They got Drake up in 1 and a bit minutes. And setting up for this is likely going to be their win condition. As they do look into that top side to clear out some vision. Bugs tag him doing mad work on the support. Got some of the highest vision score in the game, these two. 83 for the Braum and 80 for Mr. Bugs. But now, we could have seen a pick on Namikaze. As Braum does go for the engage, does not connect with Bugs tag him. That is no... And then Ahri uses the Spirit Rush. Ahri is super immobile now. Kha'Zix does still have the Banshees. But that is no ulti Braum and no ulti Ahri. This is perfect opportunity for Shadow Garden look for a re-engage. As Namikaze gets spotted out. Death and Stark, thank you so much for the follow, Death and Stark. I hope you enjoy your stay here, and I hope you're enjoying the game. Thank you so much. I see a possible sneak around. Oh gosh, that voice crack. Possible sneak around for Shadow Garden because it is waiting in that back line in case Lissandra looks for a way in. But this is the dragon fight that Shadow need. If they take this, they can't lock down game 1. And it does look like they are going to hard commit for it. Zinzao has already started it up. They are going to go for the full burst. They are going to take it down. They do need to go for this now. BL have to go for the engage. And they do get the dragon. That is Soul. Thresh hook does connect onto Berger. Knocks him out of the static field. Zinzao picks up 1. Sion another. Kai'Sa running for her life. But Extinction picks up 2. And that is a 5v0 ace in favor of Shadow Garden. As TPs are coming out, Sion and then wants to push that mid lane. They have the Soul, they have the Baron. And they are going to be able to push this. Tristana is in the bot lane trying to get those waves pushing in. And it does look like they are just going to try and rush for that end. These are long death timers. Braum being the first one up in 10 seconds. Is this going to be enough time? Are they going to be able to stop Shadow Garden from going from this end? But Snotskita does not want that to happen. They are going to go for that burst on that tower. They have the Baroned up minions. It is just Braum. There's nothing much you can do other than drop the ulti. And that is game 1 going over to Shadow Garden. What a crazy game coming out here. Shadow Garden coming out with the dub. And even looking at just the damage graphs here, it was a very fairly even game in terms of who did the most damage, which was graciously gone to Zell's with a 24,000. It's a lot closer than it needed to, than I think people were expecting it to be. And the Shen unable to have as big an effect on the map. Love you tired? Tiny bit. Tiny bit. But we keep her moving. We keep her going. We out here just enjoying the League of Legends. I did have a small break between the two series, but I am quite dead. Definitely gonna take a small break tomorrow. I have classes tomorrow. I think I have classes tomorrow, but I don't think I'm feeling too great. Quite hungover still from yesterday. And still kind of trying to recover. And then the casting, it's taking a bit of a toll. But tomorrow I'm going to take just a day to relax, sleep, look after myself a little bit more. But while we wait for this lobby to go back in, we are going to do some, we are going to listen to some classics. So let's give this a go. So, well, what other classics are we going to listen to? I'm going to need to scroll way down. Yep, there's no classic there. Ooh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Cat in Box. Yeah, that's my baby. Is that right, Bella? Hey, baby. It's her box. She loves sleeping here. It's her favorite thing to do. Seven Nation Army couldn't hold me back. To rip it off. Taking that time behind my back. Little Goosey redeem pets for Bella. Okay, Bells. Bells, puppy. Come here. I know you don't like it. I know you're not going to be a fan and you're going to hate me. But this is for Goosey. Okay, Bells. Up, there we go. Hey, baby. Can I get a kiss? Am I going to get a kiss or no? Hey, can I get a kiss? Thank you for the kiss. I'll leave you be. Now go, you can go. Go sleep in your box. You love Bella? Well, I love her too. Don't touch my Bella. Else I might kill you. Okay? No. Stealing is wrong, Goose. Can't just honk your way and steal everything. Alright. We are now going to be heading into second game. Everyone is in lobby and all is ready to go. Back into box she goes. She loves her box. Her box is it's her favorite place to be. Alright. And now we are going to be heading into the next game here. This is going to be game 2. With sides being switched. With BL going to be opting for the blue side and red side for Shadow Garden. But I guess I gotta hand out the prediction points. I forgot to do that. There you go. Shadow Garden. Do get the points back. But it does look like the bans are going to be relatively the same. That is going to be the Norless taken away. And then the Milio ban as well. Don't want to see that happening. But yeah, but Bella loves the box. She's loved, like, it's one of the earliest pictures we have of her is her and my other younger cat we used to have. They would sleep in the box together. And ever since he passed away, she just doesn't leave the box. It's the exact same box. And she loves that box. It's her favorite. But that then is going to be the Silas ban in the mid lane. A little bit of respect towards Mint. With the Mordekaiser ban also coming out aimed at that top side. Don't want to see the Brazilian man lock anyone down. I really should start a fund to, like, pay for monsters when I have streams like this. Because, like, I have gone through... Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and I have a 4th one here, which I still need to go through, but it is like 11 o'clock. So I think if I drink this, I'm not going to sleep for like a month. So I might save this for tomorrow, or better yet, I'll drink it now, and then just crash tomorrow, because I'm not feeling too great. I woke up this morning with a massive headache. No quadra? What do you mean no quadra? I'm not going for... Well, 4 is a satisfying number. One of my favorite numbers, bear in mind. As we see, that is going to be the Jinx priority picked up there. They do ban the Tristana, steal away the Jinx from Instinction, but that is going to be the immediate Caitlyn answer for Shadow Garden. And then the Lux. Is that possibly the Lux mid? Or it could be the Lux support. Lux and Caitlyn, quite a dynamic duo down in that bot lane. Bleh? What are you blaying about, Sandile? Blah, 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 blah. I'm a vampire. Blah, blah, blah. Well, technically I am, because my crown fell out and I feel like a buck-toothed Andy, and it's the least attractive thing in the world. How do you kiss a girl and then she finds out that you are missing a tooth? She was okay with it yesterday, but I felt really embarrassed. This is not exactly League of Legends music. Wait, what? Oh, nope. Nah, it's a temporary crown. Oh, nope, Sag. Yeah, it's a temporary crown, but it's going to be coming out. But the new prop one's going to be going on the 10th. I don't know what kissing girls is like. Man, just kiss the homies. If you can't kiss girls, kiss the homies. But I've kind of missed quite a few things here. So there's going to be the Vi in the jungle for Mystical. And then the Blitzcrank is going to be locked in as a soft counter to that Thresh. Kind of forcing Bugs Tag him away from that hook engage. I only kiss the homies. I mean, that is a respectable way to go about it, kind sir. And I have no doubt about it. But this is not the music that we should be listening to in Champ Select. We'll go back to that one later. But now we got the Scion, which is going to be banned away from Snotskeeter. That was quite hard to deal with. The Fiora was banned, possibly because they wanted to pick up the Scion. But that is not what is going to happen. As what is going to be these final bans coming out? Well, who are going to be targeted? There's still the Kazakhs coming out for Namikaze. Did not have any issues on that, so it makes sense that was going to get through. But the Shen will be taken away, as they do clearly not have an answer for it, and would rather not deal with that cross the map ultis that will screw them over. Someone at the end of the stream, please remind me to upload all these VODs to YouTube, because I am going to forget. So please do remind me, because I am horrific at remembering these things. Okay? But then that Lissandra ban in the mid lane, Despair does not want to deal with that kind of lockdown again. But then the cannon is Hamid, and that is going to be likely the cannon top lane for Snotskeeter. I am mod now. Why are you mod now, Goose? I am mod now, I remember. Alright. Thank you, Miss Little Goose. Because I am going to forget very quickly. See, I'm an old man. I'm 23 in 2 weeks. My memory is fading. But now that is going to be the Wukong lock-in. So that's Wukong top lane, and then the Azir is being hovered. Are we going to see Senegalese Azir in the mid lane for Despair? Waiting for that lock-in. No! We wanted the Azir, man! As then that Ahri is going to be locked in again for Despair. Still feels very comfortable on it with the cannon, despite the Lissandra ban. They banned Lissandra. Maybe Kenny was not a huge fan of it. Didn't like being locked down in one shot in half a second. But the final pick for game 2. What else Shadow Garden going to be giving us? Come on, give us something good. It's going to be the Zed! That is the Zed into the Ari matchup. This is a skill matchup of note. I don't know. I'm excited for this. Yo, haven't seen a decent Zed in quite some time, and Mint seems to be the guy to change that. Zed into Ari. You've never seen more of a skill matchup than seeing these two. But as we get ready to go into game here, we are going to go vibe to some more tunes. But time to get the predictions out, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Pow, boom, start prediction, kapow again. Just pressing all the buttons, bow, pow, and then whoop, poof, and all the buttons have been pressed. So the next prediction, who is going to take the final game? Are Shadow Garden going to close out the series, or do BL Esports want to take this to game 3? But now, while I wait for that timer, we are going to go to just chatting, and we're going to listen to some absolute bangers. So let's find the bangers. Where is it gonna be? Down, 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 down. And then new league song is a banger. Oh yeah, it's rules are meant to break. I'll cue that up actually. Can you feel the silence? Can you see the dark? Can you fix my broken? Can you feel my... Bliss, you're begging on my knees. I bastard soul. Wait for me. I'm sorry, brother. Father, I love you, mama. Can you hear the silence? Can you see the dark? Can you fix a broken? Can you feel my heart? Feel my heart. Feel my heart. Get close. I hate being alone. Just know that feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sing. I can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. Scared to get close, they hate being alone. And what's all that feeling to not feel at all? The higher I get, the lower I'll sing. My demons, they know how to swim. Close, I hate being alone. Want for that feeling to not feel at all. The higher I get, the lower I'll sing. Can't drown my demons, they know how to swim. Ugh. My heart. Alright, we are going to be hopping into gamers, so I'm going to unfortunately have to pause the bangers for 5 minutes. Remember scene change. Don't you worry, Goose. I will remember, I think, sometimes. Let's go switch that around. Gotta do that. Gotta go to the Y. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, everyone else is in order there. That makes my life so much easier. Alright. As we are going to be going in there. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what? I was able to get the... I got to switch them. I got to switch them in time. And it's great. Because now I don't look like I don't know what I'm doing when I'm changing teams on the fly. But yeah, that is indeed a Pog moment. It is a super Pog. But now we are into game. And it... Oh, but the Zed was not in position. Gosh. Oh, no, they weren't in position at all. I was lying. Ah, go to the top lane cannon. As we see, there is possibly going to be a blue side invade. They do have the Blitzcrank. Gonna go for the top side, try and pick off someone there. But they all are anticipating the bot side invade. They are waiting down just by the pixel bush. But Blitzcrank and them will be spotted walking over the ward over there into the red buff. It does look like they want to take the fight. They want to take this 5v5. As now wards are dropped. They are going to wait for them to do the return, but they do look they just got they're going to do a complete full reset. And not much is going to happen there.
Minions have spawned.
Very strange rotations. A lot of vision granted on that red side. But there is no vision for Shadow Garden on the opposing jungle. Very good warding coming out from BL Esports. I'm going to keep track of Mystical here. Up, and they not find anything, and it's just everyone is everywhere. Everyone's up top side giving Mystical a leash. While Namikaze going to be going down and doing that blues, that red start. And Zels and Candy going to walk to lane very comfortably. So I think all eyes need to be on this mid lane matchup. As Ari did not offer the electrocute, went for the airy. Wants to be wants to poke using the auto attacks. Really wants to inflict a lot of pressure onto the Zed here. Especially in the early levels, where Zed does not have as much kill pressure. But once he's level 2, level 3, he will be able to go a little bit harder in on the Ori. And also opting for the Conqueror over the Electrocute. Wants to try and go for the sustained fights. But then you see the Light Binding coming out there from Bugs. But one thing I do want to actually point out is that the Lux running... So Lux running common, that's the problem. Distinction went for the Dark Harvest. So it's likely going for that trap combo one shot. Could possibly even see a Duskblade pick up from him there. As Blitzcrank rocket grab goes wide. And Kendi is desperately looking for it and does get the flash, knock him onto Instinction, into the exhaust. Kendi taking a lot of damage. Zell really wants to pick up this kill, but the Light Binding does connect. There's a lot of damage going out onto Zell's. We'll have to burn the flash. Light Binding for Lux is almost available. Does look like Bugs Tag wants to go for the chase here. But Instinction will hold it back and will just keep the wave where he wants it. What is going to happen here? Zell's quite low. Doesn't have any pots. Bugs Tag'em does have level 2. So we'll have likely have the E as well as Light Binding. And needs to be very careful while Caitlyn's playing from quite afar, playing safe. Warded behind, just making sure not to get caught in a possible gank. And Mint still struggling to do some damage over to Despair despite having that level lead. Has burned both pots. Has got a CS lead as well over the Ori. And is really taking a brunt of poke from Despair here. Kha'Zix does want to look topside as Snotskita is pushing in this wave quite hard. And we do see the Bug has made his return. Will goes in for the dash. Snotskita will just fly away like a little rat. There he is. Zed going in for the full combo onto Despair. Despair going to take so much damage as that's going to be the flash auto attack from Mystical Knight. And that will be first blood over to Shadow Garden. Namikaze wants to try go for a catcher and will rather go and pick up the wave, get some of that juicy experience. Where Zels was able to get that quick reset or picked up a coal and does just want to farm this lane out. And Caitlyn will also go for that very quick and nice reset. Likely going to be picking up a couple of long swords or even a pickaxe here. Gosh, one of those cut things on my thumb. No, it's actually made the sheen. Okay, Instinction got that next level kind of tech on this Caitlyn, so we are curious to see how this is going to work out for him. Have not seen this kind of build for the Caitlyn before. But if it works, it works. Snotskeeter, obviously being in the range matchup, will have a lot of the lane priority, especially over that Wukong. Considering Wukong has not been able to get a good reset off, but going to see a bit of trade damage there as Snotskeeter and Berber just exchange of dashes. A lot of damage coming out onto Berber, who might have to look for an early reset. But the Doran's shield will help him just a little bit in this lane against the cannon. The Mystical and the bot lane of Shadow Garden are going to be hovering over this dragon, but it's stolen by Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix gets the steal. My goodness, this man went with a blast cone over the wall and then eat immediately out. Bit of a blunder for Shadow Garden. Ah. Alright, but now Snotskeeter still holding that pressure. Berber does not have much mana, but does have level 6. So could go for a Cyclone engage, but risking to get leveled up by the slicing Maelstrom. Lightbind does connect from Bug's tag him. Not going to do too much to the Blitzcrank, who does have the bone plating. As now Mystical Knight has made his way bot side. There could be something happening down here, but there's still a lot of poke coming out top side to points. Not to get tanked the tower shot. As Vi is going to be sitting down bot side still. Only 1 kill, and is in favor of Shadow Garden, but they did lose the objective. Now Despair needs to be very careful on dealing with the Zed at level 6. Has got the serrated Dirk, so will do that a lot of damage if he lands the triple Q. Oh, big damage coming out there. But Zed not going to use the death mark, as he does unfortunately lose that trait. But now Kendi sitting in a bush, like all Blitzcranks do, does hit the rocket grab into the Jinx traps. Buckstime has no way to go, will burn the flash. Instinction trying to kite this out, does not have footwork or lethal tempo, who does get hit by the zap. And Zell's, oh my goodness. Auto attacks being cancelled left, right, and center, and Extinction and Bugstagum do make that out of that trade alive at the cost of 2 summoners. Despair tries to go for the engage, will go for the death mark. Is he going to be able to get one? No, he's not going to get the trade. Ignite will take over, and that will be the 1-for-1. Mint and Despair trade lives, but the wave is in a good state for Mint here, as it all is going to be stacking right in front of his tower. Very nice for him. So Zed, all in all, winning that trade there. And already has the CS lead over the RE. So very, very good on him. And even the Vi even reset the wave. Legends. Junglers that do that, you're a legend. But now Blitzcrank gonna go for the cheeky back here, doing the Macarena before he gets back to the base. There seems to be a lot of lethality being picked up between the Zed and the Vi. Gosh, why am I losing my words today? I guess it's been a long day, man. I think I just need sleep, realistically. Oh my goodness, but Snotskeeter gonna keep pushing this lead on the Wukong, and yet again does not actually have a CS lead over the Monkey Man, and rather is falling a little bit behind. But we see Instinction and Tagum are going to be in that top side. They are going to look to rotate for that Rift Herald, or possibly look to make it go for a dive on the Wukong. But this is also giving a lot of free plating over to Zell's. Blitzcrank clearing out some vision. They know exactly where the top lane and the bot lane are. So that does mean that it's free poke pretty much for the Jinx. But that will be the immediate cannon TP bot side. Not giving Jinx any tower plating. And further denying this Wukong any form of pushing power. As Vi wants to look for an engage onto the Kha'Zix, but will be leaping out. And Bugs and Extinction and Mystical are going to start up the Rift Herald. Main point of this rotation. And Ari is going to go in for the charm with the Spirit Rush. Blitzcrank was there as well. But Zed does make it out. Ari does have no ulti now. We'll pick up the blue. And is going to get the light binding onto the backline. Instinction landing a double Q, but Cyclone is dropped. Instinction having to burn the trap to get away. Namakai taking solo. Mystical Knight trying to pick up one. Will lock down the Kha'Zix, but Wukong will take down the Caitlyn. Vi gonna run away. Zed does drop the death mark, but does not do enough to despair. Charm connects, and looks like Zed is gonna have to go back, but has no shadow to go back to. Will have to burn the flash. And is now looking to try go for the outplay. Blitzcrank does land the grab. Zed tries to go for the one shot. Will he be able to take down one? No, he will not. Ignite was not up for Zed, as the exhaust further denies that Zed a kill. And Slicing Maelstrom is available for Snotskeeter. A lot of damage taken by Zels. As now Bug's Tag and Instinction continue to be pressurizing this top side. Light Bind does land, but it is just on the clone. Oh gosh, my brain is so mush. Me is very tired. My brain is so mush, and this fourth Ganomon is looking appetizing, as there is a possible engage. It's not have to burn the flash to dodge the Jinx traps, but Scrank did show up, and it's very smart flash coming out there for the cannon. But now Mint does not have the death mark. Ari does not have Spirit Rush, so they're both very vulnerable in this mid lane. Candy tries to look for the grab with the rocket grab. Not gonna connect anyway. Instinction getting some free tower plating topside with the help of the Rift Herald. And Mystical Knight drop him there, graciously giving their ADC some more gold. Perks over to him. But that does mean Kha'Zix is going to be locking down that second dragon of the game. It is the win condition that BL are playing towards now. Wait, Blitz goes for the blind grab into the bush. And does walk right over the controller that is still going to remain there. You see both supports hovering around the mid lane. Desperately trying to make a play there, but Lux will return back to the top side, as they do want to try and continue to get that tower. Vi does go for the engage onto the Kha'Zix, causing so much damage. Snorky is there, but does not have the flash variables. There is no way for this Kha'Zix to go. Slightly Mails does drop the Candy, but that is going to be the immediate flash for the stun connects. Blitzer goes to the grab, but he gets rooted immediately. Zed does land the death mark onto Zels, but Zels is going to walk out. Zed's Qs go wide, and Mint's going to have to run for his life with a stun connect from Snotskeeter. And that does secure Zed the kill, but Zels does have the rocket lethal tempo. Ori is there, does not have the Spirit Rush, but will be flashed on, as Zels locks down Snotskeeter. A really good flash there from Zels, as its score is evened out at 5-5, but there is a just under 1,000 gold lead for Shadow Garden, and it looks like it's only gonna grow larger with the amount of pushing power that they do have. One thing I'm struggling to interpret is the whole Essence Reaver Caitlyn. So is it more along the lines of you drop your trap, get the auto attack, or Q auto, auto, and it's just gonna do a mad amount of damage? Candy is looking for the engage, but immediately gets ordered by Bug's Tag him and will run away for his dear life. Blitzcrank, when he's running away with his W, is like that's what goes through my head when I'm stressing out, is a Nobi's Blitzcrank blitzing at me with that W movement speed. And I just imagine like running in the 90s playing. Dun 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 boom 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 and it's just, but it's like super sped up like Nightcore angle. But Zed is in a prime position to take down this Jinx, but Kha'Zix is going to walk down to back her up a little bit. As Despair wants to look for an engage, does not have the Spirit Rush just yet, but Kennen does want to pick up this tower. Lapine does go wide onto Candy. Wukong is very desperate to hold this tower. Does it a full Divine Sunderer to just the Hextech Remover, Hextech Alternator, and the... Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say the one part of Zanya's basically. Charm does connect onto the Lux, into the rocket grab, into the exhaust ulti, into the super mega death rocket. Really good synergy coming out from BL Esports, but Vi is there to possibly go for a kill, but they will turn around. I'm not gonna commit to that. As now Mint and Mystical Knight want to possibly look for some trade kills. With Ari walking down bot side, does not have Spirit Rush available now. But Vi will walk down there. Will get spotted. Zed and the Vi really want to pick up something down here. But this is Zells and the rest of BL are going to be taking down that mid tower. There is a possible engage having the bot side. Cannon will go for the ulti onto Berber. But then there is going to be a double kill onto the Ari as Ari falls. But Wukong gets the solo kill onto Cannon. While first turret does go over to Zells. With that top tower, unfortunately falling in time. Desperately try to push to get that first tower on the cannon, but it was not enough. And now Vi 4-0. Cannon has just picked up the Proto Belt. And that is a full Eclipse available to the Vi. As Lifeline does go wide. Jinx is looking at the kite, does drop the ghost. Caitlyn is there. Possibly has the traps. Q does go wide. Zap does connect. Extinction's gonna have to walk away. Ulti comes out. Not gonna be enough. Cuz goes for the jump in. Picks up one. And will pick up two. Oh no, will he survive? Is this gonna happen? It's gonna survive. Bugsagam is on such low health. The life binding goes wide. The Kazakh's gonna have jump any second now. And Blitzcrank is gonna be going there for the grab. He does land. Zed tries to pick something up, but it's not gonna be enough. Namikaze is going to be there, but Forkyman will rotate down. Ken is there to do half health to Kendi. But now that is going to be Despair walking up. So Vi and Zed are gonna have to walk away. But that is really, really good rotations coming out again from BL. Definitely do not look like they want to hand this series over without a decent fight. Now with this next dragon up, they do look like they want to go for a catch onto the Vi, but Vi will make it out. Blitzcrank has no rocket grab. Kha'Zix goes for the leap, but there are not any members of Shadow Guard look to prioritize this dragon. This is the third dragon. And it does look like they are just going to hand it over very comfortably. They're not going to look for any shenanigans. Light final spark goes out, but the light does get hit by the rocket grab into the zap, into the triple auto attack from Zells. That is a killing spree for Jinx, and that is the third dragon for BL Esports. And it does look like we could be seeing that game 3. Zed goes for that combo onto the Blitzcrank, does get one. Snotty gets hit by the Cyclone. Going to be under that tower, but the Maelstrom not going to be enough. Zed desperately trying to pick up another with the Death Mark. Fight tries to go for the Flash Q, does miss on Namikaze, but then drops the Season Desist onto Despair. And then the Super Mega Death Rocket will secure the next kill. As that is 3 members dead. And BL picking up turrets across the map. You know what? It's happening. You can't stop me. It's happening. As the monster is being opened. High binding connects onto Zells. A lot of damage coming out, but not enough to do anything significant. Rocket grab comes up from Candy. Not going to do much there. But BL comfortably in a 4,000 gold lead over Shadow Garden. But their team, there's still yet to be a first item for this Caitlyn right now. Where Vi is halfway to her second. But Essence Reaver will be picked up now finally by the Caitlyn. And does look like she could be going into the Gale Force. And Zed does go in for the Death Mark. Gets caught in the Jinx traps. Qs go wide. That is the immediate flash away from Zells. There's now Bugs and Mystical. One's supposed to go for the steal on the Rift Herald. But are going to probably just give it up. But Bugs, they have not finished it yet. Bugs going to try and go for the steal. But the grab goes over the wall. And Kha'Zix deletes this Lux and is unstoppable. As another guy's going to jump over the wall to catch Mystical Knight, but it's going to rent Snotskeeter as well. A bit of a misplay there into the slicing Maelstrom, and there's a shutdown going over the Snotskeeter. What is going on here? As the Blitzcrank gets the grab again onto Instinction, Zed tries to do some damage, but Despair will lock that Caitlyn down as Kendi is not missing these hooks, bro. So, absolute chaos everywhere. 5,000 gold lead for BL Esports. And Kendi kind of the MVP at the moment. Locked down 6 out of the 16 kills for his team with that hook. and looks to add more and more value. Dead. That's what. Dead. Me tomorrow morning after recovering from drinking 4 cans of Monster. At least I can close this one. So I can actually just close this one and finish it tomorrow, realistically speaking. But Snotskita did pick up that shutdown on to, I believe it was the Kazakhs, rather than going to the Z. But Namikaze and Zels are going to try and start up this Baron. What dead? Bug dead. Bug is taken quite low. Despair and Candy are going to go and try and assist with the Baron take, but Instinction does suspect something. Vi is there as well. Could they possibly go for the steal? Final Spark connects. That is a very low Kazakhs. They do block for him, but there are some low health bars for BL, and they are going to back off this Baron. And that is very well played coming out from Shadow Garden, further denying any more objective control. Already given up 3 dragons, and they are not about to give up Baron. But now we see there's a possible push into the mid lane. Wants to try and open up that mid lane tower, as Shadowgun are yet to pick up a tower this game. Very close to picking up one in the top lane, but not much went by. Lux gets hit by the rocket grab, burns the flash. Spirit Rush will be there. Super Mega Death Rocket. So many ultimates used just for this poor old Lux. As that is no Spirit Rush for Ari. Super Mega Death Rocket is gone. Kazakhs has also used the ultimate. But now Candy will catch out the Vi. Will get the knock up. Does have the grab. But the rocket is in the way. Season Desist will land. Mystical Knight will lock down Namikaze. But Jinx will pick up Vi in trade. Flash hook from Candy. My word, this man is on something else. These hooks are out of this world. Really, really good setup from him. And this does mean that it's going to be a very easy Dragon Baron rotation for BL Esports. The jungler is dead, ADC is dead. The only people possibly there are to steal are the Zed and the Cannon. Slicing Maelstrom is up dead, could get some massive AoE here. But into the charm, into the knock-up, into the grab. There is nothing that can be done, as there's a double kill going over to the Jinx. Lux not able to hit anyone with that final spark and denying the Baron, but this time losing their lives as BL Esports continue to build this lead over Shadow Garden. The Blitzcrank? See the Blitzcrank, bro? Not this one, this one. That absolute Chad over there. Man has been hitting some nutty hooks left, right, and center. But this dragon, there is going to be a dragon spawn. Does look like there's going to be a 5-man commit for it. It is the soul for BL Esports, where Instinction and the rest of Shadow Garden want to try and prevent the soul. Is that Kate build normal? I don't play much 80s. I've only been playing Aphelios recently, but I'm not entirely sure how valuable it is for Caitlyn. Especially with the Dark Harvest, but they do look like they're going to contest this dragon. And they are going to just hand over the Infernal Soul. That is a lot of damage to a Jinx and a Kazakhs, who you definitely do not want to be giving that extra AD. Now Snotskita wants to look for a flash play here. Does have the slicing, does almost have the slicing Maelstrom up. But Candy looking for the grab. Will connect onto Bugs again. Bug takes down Bugs. As that is another tower going over to BL. And this Blitzcrank absolutely crazy with these hooks so far. Now it does look like the Baron Dance is going to be started for the 3rd time here for BL Esports. They finally have the numbers. They also have a fair amount of HP and can very capably start this. But Candy gonna use the blast code, further deny the Vi to go in the hop over. Grab does not connect, unfortunately. But then that is possibly going to be the flash steal from the Baron steal. Crazy steal coming out there from Mystical Knight. And the rest of Shadow God are running for their lives, keeping this Baron alive. The tables have now turned, and Shadow Garden have the upper hand. Oh, but the grab does go wide, but Zels does so much damage, able to take down the Bugs. fat cat. Okay. Hey, baby. Please don't kill me, Bella.
Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
I get the kisses. She already knows. She was ready. Like, she's always ready for the pats. We see the Sneaks and Descents walking out onto that Jinx, but the immediate flash from Zell into the Ghost. Placing Maelstrom trying to get onto that backline. Zed will use a death mark onto Zell, but Zell kiting this out so well. But then that is a shutdown going over to Mint. As once again, blunder from BL Esports and giving a little bit of breathing room over to Shadow Garden. But there is an exposed inhib. And there will be super minions flooding in there. And all it's going to take is one good push and BL take the series. Not take the series, take it to a draw. Jeez, like, I'm losing my mind today, bro. Hello, hey baby, hello. It's from Knock, on this baby's from Timo. Oh, baby. So now Namakaze is a very strong Kha'Zix. Has 2.5 items. Vi has got the clips at the Essence Reaver, but Duskblade pickup for the Caitlyn. Not necessarily sure how optimal this build is, particularly in this instance.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
But towers are taken in the top side. There is Baron. There is still Baron on Snotskeeter and the Vi. Well, not on the Vi, on the Zed, sorry. But Kendi still actually didn't even finish his support item. It's 26 minutes and Blitzcrank is yet to finish his support item. Oh, we've all been there, bro. Man is just out here grabbing peeps. He don't give two damns about that support item. But this is the last hurrah. Elder Drake is up in 2 minutes. And this is one of the ways in for Shadow Garden. They could get that easy lockdown there. But now Zell's and Namakaze returning to the mid lane with Despair. And it's just, there is only one tower picked up for Shadow Garden. There is only a 4,000 gold lead. But Shadow Garden have yet to pick up that mid and bot tier 1, where they have lost an inhib themselves. So very tricky there. But now, Namakaze roaming the jungle. Gonna catch up, look for Mystical Knight. The light binding kind of slows him down, but they see 3 people are going to get up to Mystical Knight. Yeah, the Kazi does try and get locked down into the final spot. Final goes like flashed by Namakaze. Zell locks down another. Is excited, but gets it with the light binding. Ari drops the Spirit Rush, lands the Charm. And that is Ari taking down the Lux. And then Kha'Zix locks down Zed. Instinction. Shredder's trying to cut it out, but Burbo will hop over the wall. Spirit Rush into the Everfrost, into the Slicing Maelstrom. Will take one with him. But Jinx will get the lockdown. Zoom Mega Death Rocket. That's an ace for BL Esports. And it does look like BL are going to take this to game 3. They are not giving up this series without a fight. And they are truly bringing fright to Senegal. So game 2 to BL Esports. They've set us up for a really solid game 3. Not gonna lie. Gonna have to get some confirmation on if this game 3 is gonna be happening tonight or if it's gonna be happening tomorrow. But from what I'm collecting, it is going to continue on. We are well close to midnight here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very long day. We're likely gonna have one last game before we all go and have a good night's rest. So now definitely, so Instinction and his boys are going to have to rethink this strategy here. That Blitzcrank was too oppressive and too difficult to deal with. So one thing is for sure is they're going to have to play around it or find a counter for it. All right, there you go. Okay. So now let's immediately get the points back to you, ladies and gentlemen. But it's just that at that point, like, it just goes to no one. It's just yoink the points. Like, it just takes people's points away. Oh, damn. We are ready. Okay, so... Okay, definitely need some more monster now. Ah! Ah! Hit me in my eye. Ah! This flavor is so good. No sugar. It's the sugar-free one, but it's so good. All right. It is the final champ select of the night, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a long day, but it's all going to be worth it. This is the do or die game for these two. And what are we going to be seeing getting banned away? Mordekaiser already locked, taken out of the equation. Not going to be seeing the Death Master up in the top lane. Jinx banned away. Not going to be giving it over to Instinction that easily. And then the Melio also going to be banned away. Not going to enable any more hyper carries with that. Alrighty. And then going into the next bans. I am running out of things to say. I've been saying the same things all day long. But we are looking at a possible Xayah ban. Is it going to be a priority on banning the Xayah, or is it going to be picked as the Wukong will be taken away from Snootskitter? Not going to give him that kind of comfort. And then the Kazakhs will finally be banned away after 2 games of extreme oppression. The Bugman is no more. But final ban. What are we going to be seeing? So I'm surprised we haven't seen any priority on the Veigar. That has been in the previous series today for the Nam LoL. There was quite a few Veigar picks, and Veigar was always dominating. So very surprised we haven't seen any of those picks locked in. Jarvan also hasn't had much prevalence. The Vi, actually taken away from Mystical Knight, was very difficult to deal with. But Xayah priority is quite high, and Instinction will pick that up with the Jinx being banned away. Very safe AD carry, possibly an answer to that Blitzcrank, and could make life a little easier for Instinction. But what is the answer? That is looking like it'll be the Tristana. Going to be hovered here. As that is not actually going to be the Rakan priority. They do not want to give the Xayah Rakan. So decide to take the Rakan away from Bugs Tag'em. But one thing they've got to remember is they have left this Thresh available. Bugs could very easily go for the Thresh again. And could be just as impressive as he was in the beginning. But what will we be seeing, ladies and gentlemen? As a Tristana, again, gonna be hovered. Likely not going to be picked away here. As that Tristana Rakan lane is very dangerous. But Leona, insta locked in for Bugs. As that is going to be easy lockdown for Rakan and Tristana. And a very good peel for the Xayah. Alrighty. We are going into the final picks for this first phase. Alright. But then that now is the Amumu coming out from Mystical Knight. They do look like they're going for the Protect the Xayah hard AoE engage team comp. With Amumu and Leona very good at getting to that backline, locking someone down for those carries to put out their burst. Now, what are we going to see as the counter pick there? As that is the Olaf lock-in. That could very much be Olaf top lane. Could be Olaf in the jungle. It's very good flex pick here. But likely to be in the top lane. As we now enter the final ban phase. As there is really only the mid lane and the top lane that need to be targeted. So they will get rid of Lissandra for Mint. And then what is going to be the return ban? It is the Ahri getting taken away. Finally getting rid of some of these comfort picks. The Ahri and the Kazakhs now out of the picture. Gonna see some new mid lane and jungle duo pickups. Sorry, my ADHD kind of got the better of me. Final picks. What are we gonna be seeing? Is going to be the Sylas ban. Not going to be seeing any Sylas. But you know what I realized? Because it's third game, You already know what time it is. Where is it? Where is it? I know it's not game 5, but it's always what we do for these game 3s. So let's get that churning. So the final band being the Vex, and then now the Scion gonna be locked in. So that is Olaf in the jungle. Wee woo woo. Do do. No no no. No no no. Wee woo woo. Do do do. Wee woo woo. Do do do. As that is now going to be the Cho'Gath in the top side for Mr. Snotskeeter. Playing that hyperscaling top lane, but the one thing I think is lacking now is damage. Hey, it's Void! Welcome, Void! You're just in time for the final game of the day. It has been a long and dragging day, but it has been fun nonetheless. As we see that is going to be the brand mid for Mystical Knights. Very heavy AP there. Who's playing? So it's on the blue side, we have got Shadow Garden, which is just it's a South African based team, and then we have on the right in red side we have BL Esports, who are from Senegal, and they put up quite a fight in these games. It's currently 1-1. We are in game 3, so it's bound to be an exciting one. But that is now the first time we are seeing the Nico, the new and re-updated Nico in the jungle, and that is going to be... Wait, Nico in the mid lane. Sorry. I thought it was jungle Nico, because that's what I've been seeing for quite a while. Pets for Bella. Okay. Bella, hey baby. Okay, that's while they do the loadout preparation and everything, let's just go here. Hey baby. Hi. Hello. Baby. Man, come here. Well, you're very comfy in your box, huh? Oh gosh. Everyone's redeeming pets for Bella. Okay, Penta. I know you're gonna want to kill me off tonight, but it's okay. There we go. She needs a hat. I will get her a small cowboy hat. How about that, not? Hey, baby. Yeah, this is my pride and joy. She is my everything. She means the world to me. She is one of the only constants in my life, and I do think she maybe wants to go back to her box. I'm gonna let her go back to her box, because just look at her. So she sees it, sits down and contemplates for a bit, but then immediately goes back into a little boxy box and gets comfy once again. She is the baby of babies. She is the fluffiest of the fluff. I don't know how it's going to compare to your kitty though, Void. Well, you like Timo, I believe it's called. Because I know I saw Void. Because I know I saw Not came in and used a cat emote, and it was of Timo. But it said, but Timo was a cat. But like, I would have named my cat Rengar or something if I had the opportunity. If I knew 10 years ago that I was gonna have a cat, I would have named my cat Rengar. But let's do predictions one last time. She really loves that container. It's her favorite. I named Timo in 2016. Yeah, see, that's big brain. I got my cat in 2013, bro. I was 13 years old. I didn't start playing League until I was like 15, so didn't really know what Timo was. She really loves but she does love this container. It's something she had a younger brother. They would both sleep in here. It was really adorable. I'll try and find a picture and I'll bring it on stream one day. But it's adorable. She needs more pets. Bella is old. She needs more pets. She's not old. She's going through a midlife crisis. She's 10. Hey, baby. Hey, meow. Beautiful Baba. Beautiful baby. Ah. Gosh. But now I gotta switch around the casting things again. Okay, but where is Bella's brother? That's a bit of a darker topic, is that he got hit by a car a couple of years ago, like when I was still in high school. So that was their thing, that they both slept in this box, but then he got hit by a car and Bella had to witness it. Well, witness us bringing him in. And it just... Oh, it's the wind. Then it was not comfy for her. She had like a whole most time in her life where she was hiding everywhere. She wasn't coming to see people. She kept meowing and yelling because she couldn't find Tom, because that's what's his name. We named our boy cat Tom. Just get a name change. Why am I like don't? I'm not changing Bella's name. She's my Bella. She's my baby. Okay. Don't yet judge me for naming my cat Bella. But long story short, the reason why she loves the box is because her and Tom would sleep in the box together. And then when he never came home, she's stuck with the box and she lives in it. And it's her comfort zone, especially in the winter. It's where she finds comfort. Okay, let's put that there. I'm just moving a bunch of peeps around because people don't go into order. Please. Time control's gone. Objective timers. Alright, we are now officially gonna go into the cast, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop. As this is the final game of the night, it is very late everywhere now. It is almost like, I think it's like 10 to 12. It is 12. Happy Monday, everyone. It is Monday, ladies and gentlemen. And we see this is the last hurrah for either of these teams to push into the next part of the play-in stages for the Challenger Series.
30 seconds until minions
But
spawn.
this is also our first instance seeing the Nico pick. Very curious to see how it's going to go. The new and improved mid-scope Nico. Gonna be seeing some next level minions left, right, and center. Gonna be seeing moving blast cones, moving wards, you name it. So good.
Minions has spawned.
I've accepted I'm not going to bed. Well, if I do, I'm gonna be sleeping in late tomorrow.
Can't rain on my parade.
But Mystical and I are going to be starting in the bot side with the SMU. I'm going to be starting red. Well, the Olaf is also going to be starting the red. So I'm going to give the full charge over. Really good leash there. While Extinction and Bugs will be giving the Mubu a rather good leash, but he will be smiting it moving over. But the brand... But the brand mid, very interesting, to say the least. But does get a little bit mana when hitting the abilities. Always want to see if brand mid can work. But we see Poke coming out there onto Despair. The burn plus scorch damage is going to be really, really useful later on. But Rakan and Bugs just chilling in a bush, both waiting for some form of engage. These two ADs just playing the farming. As Candy does pick up the level 2, they do go for the knock up onto Bugs Tag him. Does only have the stun. Will walk it out. And the exhaust is going to be coming out. The Moomy does land advantage. Tosh Candy is trying to go for the E, but does not have it. Opted for the Q instead. The second bandage toss connects. And that is first blood over to Instinction. Oh, and the stun comes in. Oh, the burn from the... Oh my goodness, that brand damage, insane. And Nico might actually just not die, but ticks quite low. Brand mid looking extremely oppressive. And is probably that large amount of ability power that Shadow Garden do need. Considering they've got only Zaya as the big source of damage. And this brand is going to add a little bit more cheese, well, a little bit more fuel to the fire. I need to start making fire jokes about brand. Not the best thing to do. Snotskeeter. Gonna be holding this wave here. Cho'Gath does have quite a nice lane sustain with the passive. Gets mana and health back from clearing out the minions. Mystical Knight already being useful, getting that first assist. And we'll pick up that scuttle very comfortably. But we'll be trading it with Olaf in the bot side. As Kendi and Zels want to push this wave under the tower and get a reset off. Bella's looking very angry at me. I won't lie to you. Bella's very angry at me. This relatively calm laning phase across the board. There's not a lot going on, but the tanks will always do tank stuff and trade autos. But Cho'Gath comes out on top with that percent health damage onto the Q. But it does look like there's going to be a fight brawling out as Namikaze looks for an invade onto Mystical Knight. It will not happen. There's no Q does land. Mystical Knight could possibly go back for his Gromp, and does look like he is going to go back for Le Gromp. And Rakan went for a quick warding session. And in section shoving the wave in. Tristana falling behind in gold here. But Snotskeets are going to be winning these trades against Berber with that max health damage. And the brand is being just as oppressive as always. Doing so much damage. Just poking Despair out. But does look like Despair is going to be going to drop a control ward. Does not want to get caught out in any ganks once again. I'm curious to see how the Nico is going to be using this passive. Because big changes are made to Nico, in case anyone was not aware, is she can now transform into everything and anything. Wards, blast cones, scarring blooms, big raptor, big krug. The only thing is I think she can't change into is like Baron and Dragon and Herald. She can even change the Scuttle and like race the Scuttle. And it's hilarious. Like, it's such a meme. Like, how do you take that champion seriously nowadays? But Snotskeeter gonna be going in for some more trades with Berber. Does have the E, but there's going to be the nom 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 from him there. And does look like she's trying to shove the wave. And will be able to do so. But gets the silence. Gets the auto attacks off. And that's a lot of damage going on to Mint from Despair. There's already a solid gold lead for Shadow Garden. Looking at a 1,000 gold. And that is going to be the mid lane CS and the top lane CS coming in clutch along with that first blood. As Mystical Knight is going to be looking for a play up down in this bot side. There are pings coming out, to be careful. There are pings that go and help deal with that Olaf, as Olaf is going to get caught out. But Mint is going to walk right into that Olaf. Going to have to burn the flasher as it goes from Namikaze. But now there's the E and the bandage dodge going wide. The knockup gets stopped by the Leona stun. And that is Brand taking the ulti with him. And that is a double kill for Shadow Garden. As they do lock down the Olaf and lock down that Rakan. And it does give them adamant setup for this dragon. But now Mint. Whew, Mint doing so much damage here with the Brand. While the rest of Shadow Garden are going to be picking up the Chemtech Dragon. First Drake of the game very comfortably picked that up. As they now have just under 3,000 gold lead. Cho'Gath just using the second part of the ulti. Stacking up the health stonks. And poking with the E. Do so much damage. But now Kendi and Zels are not happy with this kind of oppression. And do want to try and assert their engage dominance. As there's going to be the knock coming out from Kendo with the grand entrance with the stun onto Kendi. Ready connects Zaya. stacking up the feathers. Will not get the root. Zaya Jinx, fuck. Tristana gets the reset onto Instiction, running for light as the flash bandage toss does connect onto the Tristana, as that's going to be the immediate flash there into the feather pullback, and as they shut down going over to Zell's, as now Mystical Knight is on the chase. He does want to take down at least one. Will land the bandage toss, but now he's going to have to back off. Does not have the damage, does not have any of the follow-up, as there's a small blunder for Shadow Garden. My word. This is just absolute chaos. Both ADs picked up 2 kills. Even on CS, have very much similar items. But Cho'Gath has built a very healthy 20 CS lead up on this Scion here. Brand connecting, landing the damage. And will be able to proc his passive there, taking Despair to under half HP already. Brand's extremely oppressive in this man. Nico only has 44 farm. She is really struggling out here to try and get some damage off onto this Brand. But there is a lot of pings coming up on to take out Bugstag, who is going to go for a control walk, but will drop Delby to negate some of the damage there. As Kendi is in the mid lane, we do see the ulti coming out. Nico will flash forward, will land the knockup, will land the stun. Despair is taken so low, but it will be Mint taking down one. Olaf is trying to run for their lives, but will not get the kill. Scion is going to be trying chasing down Mystical Knight, but Snortskater is not going to let that happen as the ulti does connect. The Q does connect, sorry, from the Cho'Gath. Does have the Om Nom Nom, and that is a kill over to Snortskater once again. And Shadow Garden do look like they mean business. But that is going to be trades across the map, so Brand had to fall for the Scion. And that was Brand maybe overstepping just a little bit too far with a Nico flashing forward, going in for the knockup. But do we see Nico coming in as anything interesting? Nope, she is still Nico. Nothing too out of the ordinary. As Olaf has been in 2 unfortunate situations here. Despite having the Rift Herald, has not really been able to use that ulti to its full potential. The Mumu did drop the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but the damage was enough to drop Olaf low enough so Cho'Gath and Amumu could get the execute. While Mint still building up his CS lead here, smashing through these waves. And Cho'Gath, gonna be a deadly, deadly boy, sitting on 900 gold already. He's gonna be getting closer and closer to that heart steal. Well, Amumu likely does have the demonic embrace. And the Zaya looking to save up either the full boots or into the full Gale Force / Kraken Slayer. This is very much not a battle that Scion wins here. Cho'Gath does have that max health damage. Always ticking through, plus the Balmy Cinder Burn. So Berber's not always going to be coming out positive in these trades here. As we do see UCK coming in for a possible gank mid. Mint is going to spot him out. But Despair is going to try and land it. Oh, but a lot of damage bursts coming out into the Altar from behind the Solar Flare. And they look like they want to continue to find the Olaf. Olaf will just walk away with the Ragnarok. Knockup lands for Snortskater once again. And Berber is in a bit of danger here. The Cho'Gath doing a lot of damage. Does have the knockup once again. There is a flash available for the Scion. Will flash away. Kendi does get hit with a bandage toss by Mystical Knight. And does look like he's going to continue the chase. Will land it again. Does stack up the Conqueror. And will have to use the quickness to escape. Once again, Shadow Garden looking like they do not want to lose this one. They really, really want to make sure that they close out this series. They got the picks that they wanted. They got the Zaya. Jinx is nowhere to be seen. And Cho'Gath very healthily stacking in that top lane. Oh gosh, almost knocked over one of the many monster cans. Whew. Okay. Mystical Knight has got the Demonic Embrace. The Leandries has also been picked up by the Brand. So 2 mythics already. Well, a mythic and a full item for Shadow Garden. And Cho'Gath goes for the yell and yells, "Quiet!" And takes Berber down quite a bit. And that max health damage is going to come in handy the more health the Scion gets. So Cho'Gath is not going to be struggling too hard here. And is very much favorable lane for him. But Rav has been picked up by the Olaf. And the second dragon is being started up by Shadow Garden. There is plenty of priority on it, and it does look like that is the second dragon given over to Shadow. But red side will be dropping that Rift Herald bot side. But the wave is not pushed. Olaf does going for the engage. Bugs tag him. It's a very dangerous spot right now. Olaf does drop the Ragnarok. Leona will burn the flash. Will burn the solar flare into the rocket. What the hell just happened? Absolute massive feather storm into the top triple pullback. Amumu landing the Q over the wall. But now Brand is here to save the day. Will drop the ulti. Will pick up 2 kills here with the passive burn. Plus the Leandries. Double kill going over to Mint. Absolute crazy damage there. Don't know what happened. So Rakan. So wait. So the Mumu got rocket propelled away, but then immediately got hooked. But now the Nico is going to drop the ulti onto Mystical Knight. Mystical Knight is going to land the bandage touch, but Brand going to pick up the kill there, and he is now on a rampage on this Brand. But absolutely really interesting call. Really interesting, because the Amumu was knocked away by the Buster shot, but got the bandage shot just afterwards, and it was able to connect, so the Amumu actually didn't go anywhere. Really interesting interaction. Can't say I've seen that before. But now bounties are going to be available to BL Esports. As now Mint wants to go for... Oh, that damage. Sound does drop the ulti, but that is going to be the immediate stun coming out from the owner. Going to try and peel Instinction. Mystical Knight is there as well to go for the bandage toss. Sound desperately wants to go for the fight. Namikaze is there. Featherstorm is not available. Exhaust plus Flash is available. Bugs will drop the Solar Flare. The Grand Entrance does not land. Ragnarok not able to reach Bugs in time. And unfortunately, nothing coming out of all those ultimates burned in the mid lane. While Cho'Gath has... Oh, Amumu lands the bandage toss. But Zell's also taking the brunt of the Brand damage. Snotskeeter comfortably farming. Not a care given, as he just continuously just stacks up the minions. Oh. Mythics have been coming out now for BL. The Heartsteel is available to the Scion, as well as the Kraken Slayer to the Tristana. Who has got quite a bit of a lead, but Bugs tag him. They do want to go for the engage onto Berber, as the tower is quite low, and they do really want to pick it up. It does look like they are going to commit to pick up that tower, and that is first tower going over to Shadow Garden. As we finally reach... Oh no, Bugs tag him is caught out by the Olaf, and is going to get 5-man there. There's nowhere to go. Bit of a mispositioning there from Bugs tag him. And Six is all alone in the mid lane. But Amumu and Cho'Gath do want to go pick a fight here. Are going to catch Namikaze. Does not have Ragnarok. Amumu does try and land the big ult. Lands the 3-man ultimate. Olaf not able to get the eat off. Ragnarok is denied by Instinction showing up. Berber is quite low. Featherstorm there in from the flash as well from Instinction. Sion takes down Amumu, but they will lock everyone else down as Instinction does drop the exhaust onto the Sion death passive. Rakan does have the Grand Entrance to get out there, but that is now very much in favor of Shadow Garden as they do start the Rift Herald. Brand making his way downtown, walking fast to this bot lane. He's homebound. As Bugstag will deny the Rakan entering the pit. And that is going to be Rift Herald pickup, as well as preparation for the next dragon in just over a minute. Now Zaya is going to be getting halfway to that Navori Quickblade. Brand already picked up the Leandries and halfway to the Demonic Embrace. The Cho'Gath picks up the Bladed Steel Caps. Leona has the Locket of the Iron Solari. And Zell's really wants this tower mid lane. But Zaya is going to show up in time. And is going to keep her off it. While Miko is surprisingly not able to make as much of an impact as she would want. Especially with the change to the passives. Possibly could look for those surprise kills. Changing to the Baron there. But there's going to be the Ghost coming out onto Mint there. Mint does have the ultimate. Is going to drop the W. Is he going to be able to get the massive ulti from this Brand? He does so much damage before going down. And this is not going to be an easy dragon fight. The majority of BL are taking very low here. And their Extinction is going to push the mid lane with bugs. They do want to drop that Rift Herald so they can pick up this third dragon. Are they going to be able to push it forward? It doesn't look like it. And Snotskeeter is going to be picking up that top tower with the Demolish. Does not care about that tower taken capability. And Extinction and Bugs will rotate down to that dragon instead to help Mystical. Yeah, Namikaze is there. He is looking for an engage. Does have the Ragnarok and does have the upgraded Smite. Sun goes in for the ulti. CC and TP coming in for the Cho'Gath. But Olaf will steal the dragon away. Massive AoE stun into AoE Curse of the Sad Mummy. But Cho'Gath picks down the Olaf into the knockup. As now Cho'Gath and Leona have made their way into the fray. Mystical Knight is stacking up that healing. San can't really go anywhere. And it does look like they take down 2. They lose the dragon, but take down the Olaf and take down this Scion. Nico still sitting in the mid lane. Has not been able to make much use of the passive. And has not been able to play the sneaky way around. As now Snotskeeter is a big chunky boy. Sitting on the 8 stacks of the ultimate. Sitting very comfortably at 3.8k with only 1 and a bit items. Mystical Knight finally getting that upgraded Smite. If you had that earlier, it would have been a very relatively free third dragon. But Brand is very much making sure that no one else is allowed to have fun in his side lane. Well, Namikaze does get caught out by Snotskeeter. He does have the chompity chomps. But Namikaze is not going to take the risk. As Naimumu is going to be able to back him up. Are they going to go for the return fight? The Q does not land. No rupture there. But Mystical Knight is going to be in the bush. Will get spotted by the Oracle Lens. As Namikaze does not want to take that chance. Rakan does drop the quickness. Instinction is there. Does get hit by the ultimate. Does have the Feather Storm. Immediate Feather Storm. But the Rocket Jump will be buffered into the Solar Flare. No engage there as that is 2 members onto the Cho'Gath. Ragnarok is dropped. Olaf Desha trying to pick up at least 1 here. So it's getting taken quite low. Will be able to land the Q, but not able to get the ultimate off in time. But that shutdown going over to the Olaf. Berber is all by himself. Will drop the flash over the wall. And is not taking that chance. But Despair, unable to pick up that kill on the top side. Sound getting it. Mystical Knight just chilling in the top jungle. Distinction dropping the Herald in the bot tower. And that does look like it's going to be a very easy takedown for her. But this does mean this is going to be the Baron startup for BL Esports. But Brand is walking there. Brand has a 1.5 items. Has got the Leandries. Mystical Knight is spotted over the wall with that ward. Is going to look to go for the steal there. Brand is available to try and do the burst. As Nico fake backs. I forgot that happened. As the Banish Shot does not connect. And that is going to be Baron denied by Mystical Knight and Mint. Brand is very close to picking up that second item. Once that second item is picked up, Brand will be an absolute nightmare as he will synergize very well with the Amumu. As now they do seem like they want to turn on this, and Shadow Guard are going to actually look to pick up the Baron. They do have the Cho'Gath, does not have any teleport, but the Scion does. This is very risky. Scion is going to be TPing into the Baron and denying the Baron dance. Bugsack is caught out once again, drops a Solar Flare, going to try and walk it out, does not have flash. Scion will drop the ultimate, and Zels will pick up the kill. 7-2 on this Tristana, and he is looking quite strong. Now Cho'Gath is going to be walking up to that Baron. Did not have the teleport. This is going to be the 4v5. Can Mystical go for the steal? It looks like a move does land the Baron charge onto the Tristana. Gonna catch Tristana. Shoots Mystical into the pit. Zaya getting caught up. Will use the Feather Storm. Will flash over the wall. Mint does try and get some burst off. Will we get enough and then get the shutdown? Cho'Gath takes down Tristana. Brand takes down the Nico. And then Brand takes down Olaf. And now Cho'Gath and Instinction are on the leading the charge. Trying to take down Berber. Not Rupture will connect. Root will land from Instinction. And that is a dead Scion. As Amumu is going to be pushing into that mid lane. And it could possibly be a Baron angle. As 4 members of BL are dead. But no, it is not going to beat the Baron. They are just going to push out the side lanes and prepare for the next Drake. As Mystical not going to get too much out of that mid lane push. And will much rather go for a reset here. But so Dragons will be set up. Cho'Gath in the top lane. Going to get a quick demolish off before he pops his way out. Zotskeeta is a very, very tanky boy. Rupture not gonna land, but not much damage done by Tristana there, but Bug Sackle is gonna be sorted on that control wall by Kendi, who are gonna be having some supportal combat over Vision, who is going to pick up the ward as Bugs will lock it down, and we'll go clear out that zombie ward. But then there will be multiple instances of Vision picked up there. Mint just clears out that mid wave, does have the demonic embrace synergized with the Leandries, 2 Jack shows, and there is just a very tanky front line to get through. But this does look like it's going to be the Baron pickup. They are going to see if they're going to force a trade here. Rakan does know that Leona does drop a control onto the pit, but they are bursting this so quickly. And Cho'Gath will get the eat, will get the extra stack. But there is an immediate call for that Baron, for that Dragon take. But Shadow Garden are not going to give it up that easily, but it doesn't look like they have much of a choice, as it's going to get burned down very quickly. But they are going to just roll, look for that mid lane push. Do have the Baron, do have that extra tankiness, do have the Demolish. Is he going to save the Demolish? And it does look like he's going to save it for the next tower. Multiple turrets picked up there. And they are going to try and go get that Demolish proc. That is a very, very healthy Cho'Gath. Olaf is going to do his best, and so is the Sun going to go for that knock-up, trying to deny the tower take, but it's not going to be enough as the Leona does land the solar flare into the rupture. There's the dead Sun. Olaf is trying his best to take down the Moo, taking no damage, but Mint will take down and one more. Despair desperately trying to get onto that backline, will land a 4-man knock-up, but it's not enough. The feather pull back into the Cho'Gath rupture. Zell's trying to kite this out, and will pick up a trade kill onto that Xayah. But Mystical Knight and Snotgear do survive, and they do look like they want to push out the base. The only person alive is Zell's. Cho'Gath does have the Demolish. Mystical Knight also is quite tanky. They are just going to go for the Demolish, not going to do anything more, as there's going to be into the Rupture. Rupture will not connect. Tristana takes down 1, then Tristana takes down 2, as in a small overstep for Shadow Garden, and that is the ace for BL Esports. Oh my goodness. At least I'm not an alcoholic. I'm just drinking alcohol instead of Monster. Probably a little bit healthier. In some cases. But now Brand also has the full Archangel start. So he's going to be quite a tanky boy. And the Tristana also now has the 3 items. Xayah only have the 2.5. San has picked up the Bramble for the full Thorn Mail. Olaf finally getting that Jack show. And even as much as getting a Potion of Wrath, the Tristana believes that this is going to be the closing part of this game. We'll pick up that BF sword. Namikaze is going to clear out some more of the jungle, but it does look like Shadow Garden want to take this fight to the top lane. Cho'Gath does have the teleport and will be walking into that bot side with the Amumu. But Instinction, Bugs, and Fork King Mint will be up in this top side, trying to get that tower, but San desperately going to try and deny it, as multiple members are there. Rakan is available, does land the Grand Entrance onto the Leona, but that is going to be the Feather Storm, not going to get any roots, but that is the Cho'Gath immediate teleport. But it is a baited teleport, as they do have to force it, but now that is going to have to be the reset for Bugs, and it does look like they really, really want this tower. The movement is going to look for the rotations. Then Nico does go into the minion form. Does hit onto Mint. But Mint's shield will save him from the Archangels. Instinction is kiting so well into the Locket. Mystical Knight is holding his ultimate there. Olaf does have the Ragnarok. Could look for the turn. And it does look like he really, really wants that tower. But Snotgear will be pinged off. This tower is likely going to fall regardless. They do not want the Demolish used on it. They want to use it further on. Mystical Knight not able to land Bandit Touch as the minions get in the way. But we're drawing ever so closer, as Cho'Gath will likely use the Demolish on this tower here. Smacking it down. So much damage. Kendi gonna have to get away there with the Grand Entrance, as more it's a Grand Escape here. But that is a second inhibitor picked up by Shadow Garden, as they got supers now pushing in mid. They have got an opportunity here to push for the end. But the Leona and the Brand are not there. They could look for a pick here, but they do get spotted on a control ward, as the Leona does go for the engage. Into Solar Flare onto the Scion. Cho'Gath is there, lands the one-man Rupture. Olaf drops the Ragnarok. Mystical Knight having to walk away. Just slowly cutting out. Really want to bait out that Ragnarok into the Rupture, into the Feather pull back. Grand Entrance tries to slow someone down, but then Mumu lands the 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. And that is the setup. The Nico lands a 4-man knockup, but at what cost? As that is now going to be the ace for Shadow Garden. And it looks like they are going to close this game out. There is nobody alive. The timers are very long. The nearest person is going to beat the Rakan in 17 seconds. But that is 4 members of Shadow Garden there. Brand but flashing over the wall. They are going to be able to push. They do have the demolish on the Cho'Gath. Rakan and Olaf will be the nearest up, but it does not look like they are going to be able to stop it. As that is GG, well played. And Shadow Garden make the comeback and take the series. GG, well played, everybody. Was a very well fought game from both sides. Very nail biting, but I don't have many nails left to bite, so can't say I've bitten any of them. But let's get the points out. So wapow, no one did anything, so that's fine. That's all good. Back, okay, so just deleted. There were no points. Second game was just some testing, Kappa. Some little bit of limit testing there, hey, Strange. I saw the teensy weensy bit of limit testing. Very small limit testing. Testing how much I can feed. Death and Stock, GG, well played. I mean, Bugs, you really did test that theory to the max, eh? You really pushed the limits of what it means to feed. But you know I kid. But I just want to say GG, well played to all the teams that played today, from Namlol, as well as from the Mettlestate teams. It was a very long day. And I know I apologize, I had to cut the stream a little short earlier, some of the Nam games, but one of the games was picked up by Instinct AD. So if you did miss one of the third game in one of the Namlol series, you can go catch it over there. I will be uploading both the VODs from today onto my YouTube. Will take a little longer because they're quite long, about 4 hours a piece. 4 to 5 hours a piece. But so just be a little bit patient with me. I'll enable the VODs on my Twitch channel at least until I can get the YouTube VODs up. But big thank you and big shout out to everyone who came in to watch, came to chill with me. I know it's been 9 hours of League of Legends, and I know it can get sickening, but I'm glad to have you all here, always with me, making me feel like I'm doing this for more than just my own sake. I'm bringing you the entertainment which the South African community and the southern part of Africa deserves. So from myself, from the Bella, the kitty cat, thank you so much to everyone who came to watch and came to chill with me. And I will see you all in tomorrow's game. Now stay safe and sleep well.